Oh, you are gonna join.
Who's here tonight?
Zoom.
I feel like Miss Marcia in Romper Room. I see Janie. I see Bob.
Mac is on Zoom.
I'm here. I see Jill. I see the police chief is here. I see a bunch of commissioners. I see Roseanne, who's leaving us.
Oh, our police is here. We're about ready to go.
Or not you. Yeah, you can hear Mac doing the speakers.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. I heard someone referencing not being able to hear me.
You talking?
They don't have to log into Zoom. Yeah.
Janie, how do I sound at home when you're listening from home when I'm zooming in? Is it good?
Perfectly good. Clear, no echo, nothing.
This is awesome. This is like SpaceX or whatever Elon Musk's thing is called.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. October 5th at 7 p.m. This is our regular commission meeting. Roseanne, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Halpin,
Present?
Vice Mayor Hammerberg,
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
I'm here by Zoom.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Samaria, would you do the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to know if there's any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd
Commissioner Samaria?
like to move up 12E before 12A.
E. Okay, are there any other additions or deletions or moving?
I didn't catch what he wanted to move. Wants to move 12.
It's putting 12E in front of 11A.
No,
12E is in Edward. It can't go in front of 11. It could go in front of
I'm
12.
sorry,
12E
before
before
12A.
12A.
Good grief. Okay.
Okay, are there any
Okay.
objections? All in favor, say aye.
Well, hold on. I want to reference something here. So if there's like a little minor error or omission in like minutes or something, do we have to pull it from the agenda or can we just kind of reference it quickly or how does that work exactly?
Commissioner Kennedy, can you speak louder?
I'll raise the volume.
I can't raise my volume here, but is that better now? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can
Yes.
So if there's a little error or omission, something that's not substantive on something that's on consent, do we have to pull it and have a big discussion or can we just kind of reference it and acknowledge it and move on? I don't know how that works.
You can mention what the mistake is and I can correct, but it can pass.
Okay.
Approve with the correction.
Should I do that now, Roseanne, or when we get to consent?
I believe you have to go through the consent, right?
Okay, then I'll wait
attorneys?
till we get to consent and I'll bring it up. It's minor stuff. And Sally bar is upside down. If it's making anyone else dizzy. Other than that, I have nothing.
No, another person, another seller.
Okay, are there any other additions or deletions? We will close that. Mario, you have the first proclamation. Mario Diaz.
Well, this is a little bit of a surprise, but I'm gonna go up to the podium for a second. Mic check. Okay, so I wanted to make sure we didn't want to give away this little presentation that we're doing right now because our clerk is the one that puts the agenda together. So, unfortunately, Roseanne Prado, our village clerk, will be leaving the village at the end of the week, and she'll be moving on to different pastures. I wouldn't say greener, but they're different. With that, I wanted to do a small token of appreciation from everybody here on the dais and from staff. And so we got a little plaque for you. Roseanne, if you can come over. And so it's presented to Roseanne Prado for your outstanding service as village clerk to the village of Biscayne Park. Thank you for your service. And then it lists the commission and myself. We cannot thank you enough for everything you've done for the village over the last 4 years, 4 or 5 years. Is it 3? Oh, it just feels longer. But I know, speaking for myself, and I know I speak for everybody, thank you so much. When I first started, I could have not gone through just a normal day without you by my side and helping to guide me and to give me a lot of the history that we've had throughout the village and how we've kind of done some things. So again, thank you so much. Our doors are always welcome. I can always chain you to the seats if I'm allowed to, but we are severely going to miss you here. But we wish you the very best. You always have friends and family here. So if you ever want to come back the week after, you're more than welcome to come, or the day of, it doesn't matter. So thank you, Roseanne, for everything. Does the commission want to come up real quick? Ever takes off 20 pounds. Do you want to say a few words or no? No. Thank you, everybody. I apologize for the delay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, first is the proclamation. Yes, I know, just. Whereas communities across America have been plagued by the numerous problems associated with illicit drug use and those that traffic them, and whereas there is hope in winning the war on drugs, and that hope lies in education and drug demand reduction, coupled with the hard work and determination of organizations such as the Young Marines of the Marine Corps League to foster a healthy, drug-free lifestyle. And whereas governments and community leaders know that citizen support is one of the most effective tools in the effort to reduce the use of illicit drugs in our communities. And whereas the Red Ribbon has been chosen as a symbol commemorating the work of Enrico Kiko Camarena, a Drug Enforcement Administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty and represents the belief that one person can make a difference. And whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign was established by Congress in 1988 to encourage a drug-free lifestyle and involvement in drug prevention and reduction efforts. And whereas October 23rd to the 31st has been designated National Red Ribbon Week, which encourages Americans to wear a red ribbon to show their support for a drug-free environment. And therefore, I, Virginia O'Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim October 23rd to 31st as Red Ribbon Week in Biscayne Park. And we urge all the citizens to join us in this special observance. Thank you. The next award is the Sanctuary Award, and Commissioner Kennedy.
Let me unmute myself there. The Sanctuary Award. Okay. Did you want me to do Sanctuary or Oasis, Ginny? I thought you said Oasis earlier, but I'll do either or both, whatever you want. Okay, so the Sanctuary Award is an award that the village gives out quarterly for an outstanding home renovation. And we're here tonight to present the Fall 2021 Award. And it's officially going to Mark Smith, who is the owner who renovated the property at 11617 Northeast 6th Avenue, one of our main thoroughfare streets. Mark purchased the home in 2013, and he renovated the exterior with a warm, modern appearance that nestles quietly back in the lot on Biscayne Park's main thoroughfare. Mark's most prized exterior addition is a glorious palm inside the circular driveway that he's quite proud of. He purchased in Biscayne Park because he loves his community so much. But true love recently lured Mark to Atlanta, so his charming home now welcomes our newest residents into Biscayne Park, who I have not had the opportunity to meet yet. But what a nice housewarming gift of those folks by receiving the Fall 2021 Sanctuary Award for outstanding renovation. And of course, we always want to thank all the village residents who improved their properties.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. The Oasis Award will be read by Commissioner Gonzalez.
Okay, so the Oasis Award is for Outstanding Garden. This is for fall, obviously 2021. It goes to Ernesto Oliva and Cristina Gonzalez for their property located at 11709 Northeast 10th Avenue. In 2014, when Eduardo purchased his wooden New England style home, one of the village's most unique architectural gems, he immediately set out about transforming the property into an urban oasis that simultaneously provided privacy for himself, plus habitat and food sources for other native populations of animals, birds, and insects. First, Ernesto created a lush and diverse hedgerow around the corner property, both inside and outside the original concrete wall that opens to welcome visitors through a corner archway. Ernesto handled all the gardening himself until he welcomed his Canadian bride, Cristina, to Biscayne Park a few years ago. Cristina harnesses her passion for teaching children through nature to introduce more butterfly attracting plants. After weekends of attending their gardens, Ernesto and Cristina enjoy their hard work from a glass sunroom nestled into their private oasis and chatting with the many neighbors who stop to admire the lush and lovely corner they've created in Biscayne Park. Congratulations and thanks to Ernesto Oliva and Cristina Gonzalez as recipients of the Fall 2021 Award, Oasis Award for Outstanding Gardening. Look forward to going by and seeing your beautiful garden.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to both our winners. I'd like to open up the floor for public comments related to agenda items. If anybody in the room, raise your hand, and after that, we'll do Zoom. Is there anybody in the room that wants to speak? Okay, Roseanne, you want to do the Zoom people?
I don't see anybody raising hands, but let me, okay, I got Michael.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Mike Stosky at 1200 Northeast 121st Street.
Go ahead, sir. You have the
And
minutes.
I just was one to comment some things about tonight's agenda, and then one other item. The very first thing is the swells. I think that there shouldn't be any parking in the swells at all. And on grass or pavement, everyone else should have their own driveway. And if by some chance, if the 40% doesn't work for their driveway, then they can file a variance for however to do their driveway. But I just don't want to see Biscayne Park to fall in the same category as a lot of the neighborhoods around us, preferably to the east or to the west or to the north. It just, for how much we're paying in taxes and everything, it's just not going to look right. The next thing I was going to ask was the planning firm that you guys brought in to do the planning for the village. Was there an RFP for that, or were they just selected for as a planning company to do that work? The final thing I was going to ask is if the village can do an actual plan for infrastructure for the entire community, and then also that would include from streets to sewage to storm to trees and landscape to lighting to everything else. And I was wondering if this village can do a cost and budget plan for that. Because I would be totally open for a tax increase if we can make it work somehow within the next 20 years or so. And that is all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Janie
Dan Keys,
Anderson?
one second, Roseanne. Dan Keys would like to speak, and he's at the Village Hall.
Okay.
Wasn't going to talk at this point. I would just have to throw
Is-
my weight behind the idea that
Is
the,
that, you have to
If you can
really
get closer
speak
to the
into that
microphone and
microphone.
please state your name and address for the record.
We'll hold it.
okay, I'm Dan Keys. I would just like to say that it's my belief that the public right of way is there for public use, for water lines, for gas lines, and for parking if necessary. And we should not put into an ordinance no parking on the public right of way. We're going to regret that down the line if we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Roseanne.
We have Janie Anderson.
Thank you, Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Regarding the permit fee schedule, I was hoping to see a comparison to Miami Shores and El Portal. I mean, I know it's not easy to get an apples to apples comparison, but when you're looking at Miami Gardens, Bay Harbor, Hallandale, that's kind of like apples to watermelons. So I'm hoping you guys will move it forward and come back next month with those other two cities. Also, I don't know if I heard incorrectly last month or misunderstood, but it seemed like they were saying that because of all the work we're generating, all the permits, they need, if we don't raise the fees, to raise the split. Well, if we're generating more permits, we're generating more inspections, therefore they're making the money. So I'm not understanding that as a justification. Mario, thank you so much for bringing over the short-term rental issue. It's unfortunate that we didn't get on top of this before the state got in our way. Whatever can be done to get things under control, because right now they're not. The codification of the emergency reserve, I think it's absolutely critical if that's going to have any importance, because if that can be rated for anything and everything, it becomes meaningless. At the very least, to have the supermajority. And I agree that yes, money should be put in every year. I'm not so comfortable with a set amount. You don't know what the future is going to hold in terms of revenue. You don't know what issues can come up that while they might not be technically an emergency, they could be very necessary. So you can't always say you can put a certain amount away. And unfortunately, you chose to move the attorney's issue, which is like beating a dead horse because you've discussed it so many times, ahead of all those other issues that actually affect the residents of this community. I hope you can manage to finish the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, we have Bobby Anderson.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. 11A resolution for having our building inspectors. I think we should keep on the contract price on 5.1.2 and 5.1.3. I think what we should do is go ahead and raise the split to 75-25. 25 goes to the city, 75 goes for them, and to keep our fees where they are now, and to get more input on what other cities have. An example like El Portal, they're a small city. How are their fees compared to ours? Miami Shores, and see what their fees look like. Then we go on to 12F, the codification of emergency reserves. I think it's a great idea. I wish we've done it a long time ago. And obviously it needs a supermajority to spend anything on an emergency, and that's the only things it can be used for. We need to go ahead and have that as an ordinance. And I think each year to funding it, we could be putting in 40% of what was not spent in the previous year's budget into it. And it's going to take a number of years to build up, but at least we'll have a funding source. I don't believe we should go ahead and have in the ordinance the exact amount of dollars to be budgeted for it, because that's the actual budget. And you're going to have to be taking services away from something else to be funding this, instead of using what is left over from unspent funds at the end of the year and put that 40% in there. And we will still take our 60% like we are now and rolling it into, it could be emergencies, it can be for whatever that we're using it for now, and building up a reserve in that part. But I think it's a smart way of doing it and keep our building permits where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Roseanne, is there anyone else?
I don't see anybody else, Mayor.
Okay, we will close public comments. Any of the commissioners want to reply to the comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I see Gage now.
I'm sorry?
I see Gage. Raise your hand. Gage Harton.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Sorry, I had a late hand raised there. Regarding the discussion later on the swales, I probably will not be able to stay around for the meeting until that end.
I trimmed it.
Right there, hello. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the P&Z driveway comments. We reviewed it. We made recommendations, and we're sending it. I would encourage the commission to look at and the comments that we did have, and as you go forward with your discussions. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gage.
I believe that's all, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
I believe that's all. I don't see anybody.
Okay, are there any commissioner that wants to reply to the comments? We'll start on Commissioner Kennedy, since you're not here. Do you have a reply to anybody?
Nope, I want to keep this meeting moving along because one of our most important items, the emergency reserves, is the last thing on the menu tonight, and I want to make sure we get to that. So let's boogie along, folks, and make some of these things move.
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez? Himmelberg, Samaria?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, we will continue. On reports. Is there any board reports? Barbara Kuhl, Parks and Parkways? Mario, is that microphone really working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the first thing I wanted to report about was the tree grant that we're working on this year. From what I understand, they're going to be planting the trees starting the 12th and 13th. They should all be in the ground. The board has finished their part, and now the administration is just finishing up a few other things. Another thing was the Australian pines that are being removed right now. 10 Australian pines are being removed from 121st Street. And our board questioned why we're paying 100% to remove the trees. An arborist evaluated all of the trees on that street. Some of them were deemed to be dangerous, but it seemed that if the trees are dangerous and North Miami is responsible for half of the median, I don't know why we weren't able to, or tried harder to negotiate an agreement with North Miami to pay for half. Because right now we're paying $20,000 to remove all of the trees. And then the stumps are also left, which are pretty large. The other thing is the arborist that we hired did an evaluation of all of the Australian pines, including Griffing. And Griffing is a county road, and we have no control over the county road. The public works manager said that Griffing would be handled by the county. I'm wondering why we paid the arborist to do the evaluation. Another part of that, 2 of the Australian pines are located on a swale on 10th Avenue. Some of you might remember Judy was here then. The others, I think you're new. There was an issue a while ago about trees on the swale and who's responsible. They had workshops, public hearings, and the commission determined that the homeowner was 100% responsible for dead, damaged, dying trees on the swale. There was a suggestion that maybe they would pay half of it, but again, the commission decided that it would be 100% responsibility of the homeowner. If you do take out the Australian pines and the village pays for these, you're basically setting a precedent that any other homeowner with a bad tree, a large, expensive tree to remove, would ask the village, why aren't you taking up my tree? And we were wondering, was this discussed? Because this is, our code is clear about this. So what happens the next time? With the log cabin, I sent all of you an email with draft plans that I received from the public works manager for the east entrance. And Park and Parks should be involved along with the foundation and the art board from the beginning in the planning process, rather than waiting for more money to be spent on design and then having issues. And one of the things that was missing was lighting that was not included in this plan. So I haven't heard anything. Our board was not told that this was going on. I have no information about this. I don't know. That's it. I don't know if you have any questions.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if you have any questions about these issues.
I don't know the answers to your questions, Barbara. I don't know if Mario does. Mario, can you answer Barbara Kuhl?
Sure. With regard to the log cabin, those are plans that we just received. In the email sent to the chairwoman, we advise that we'll start reviewing those plans and then bring it to the advisory board so that we can start the discussion. Those plans are not finalized at all. We are going to have to go back and rework them there are several things that we will have to take a look at and we're going to have comments on. So the idea is to go and start the discussion with the board, but starting with something that we can all, a starting point that we can all share and move forward from. So that is the intent of sharing the draft plans with the board. I do not have a problem with sharing those plans and our comments as well with the art or the foundation as well. So we can definitely do that, but staff will not be ready to have those discussions until at least December. If everything was perfect, I would tell you construction might be starting around February. That is if everything was perfect. I know that we have several comments just off a quick look at when I received them. So I don't anticipate that an actual start date for that. As I responded in the emails with regards to the pines on 121st Street, North Miami has no intentions to spend any money on removing any of those trees, whether our arborists deem that they were not safe or not. They are severely lacking on funds and they're using federal grant money received from the American Rescue Plan to make up for the lost revenue. We were ignored for the several months leading up to. I finally got a hold and was able to speak with the city manager earlier or late September, better said, right before the process started. And they confirmed, no, we're not going to be doing anything. If you want to find a grant and then partner in a grant, that is fine. But there's no funds available for the foreseeable future. And it was pertinent enough, and I felt pertinent enough for us to move forward with those removals, and we have. And so that is the response.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you, Mario. Commissioner Gonzalez?
The tree removal on the swale, Mario. Barbara brings up a good point, and she sent me the code, and it's pretty clear. So I just want to understand what our position on that is and why.
So the tree removal, those true, and I appreciate the chairwoman bringing that to our attention. When I asked for an inventory, I had one of our public works crews go out and just inventory all the Australian pines that were on there, and that list was forwarded. And so when it was brought to our attention and Albert was doing his walkthrough prior to them actually starting on the streets, he agreed, no, we shouldn't be doing anything on the swale. So we're not touching those at this moment. We'll communicate with the property owner and see what their intention, if they have any, would be, whether to pay the village, because we'll probably get a cheaper price as opposed to them just getting a landscaper to do it. Then we can probably facilitate something like that. If not, then it's something that we can definitely bring back and have a discussion to see where the commission would stand with regard to those trees. For the most part, the Australian pines, especially the ones that we started with, they're essentially hollow inside. They're rotting away, and so they look tall and sturdy and big, but we're finding that they're very, very hollow inside. So as of right now, there's no plan to remove those trees at all.
All right, one more question. Barbara also mentioned the arborist about Griffin Boulevard. What was the reasoning behind that, if you don't mind that?
Again, we weren't getting much response from anybody, and with even from the county at the time. So we were moving forward because we felt that it was a pertinent issue. Once we did do the arborist review, then we forwarded to the county and said, hey, this is what we found. We have an issue. We really want to talk to you. That's when they said, oh, okay, wait a minute. And so then they came out as well and inspected with our utility as well, based on the report the arborist did. And to my understanding, they are hoping to have a contract in place that can remove them throughout the county, but especially on Griffin Boulevard, sometime in November or December is the last update that we received.
Are there any other comments from the commissions?
Yeah, if I may, Jenny, during our regular commission report, I plan to mention a couple of things, but since we're talking about trees, I'll say my tree piece now, and we can skip it later. So first of all, I want to say thank you, Mario, for working so hard to get some of those trees removed. For as long as I've lived here, and apparently for many years prior, there's been a lot of talk that some of these trees had to come down. Some were taken down in the past. And then in Irma, we lost, I forget how many trees, Mario, how many Australian pines, double-digit number of trees came down. Thank God they didn't fall on a home, a person, you know, and nobody was injured. And as a reminder, Irma was a tropical storm when she moved through here. She wasn't even a hurricane. So those trees are a serious hazard and they had to come down. So Mario, thank you for moving forward with the money from last fiscal year and getting that done. I want to make sure we're saying thank you when things are done well. Now, regarding the trees on the swale, if you're not moving forward with that, fine, but we do now know that there are trees in the village that are serious hazards. And just for folks who may be listening in who are not aware of what we're talking about, these aren't regular trees. These are the biggest trees in the village. They are enormous. They are serious hazards. And if they come down, it doesn't have to be in your front yard for it to destroy your home if it lands on it. You can be in the line of fire in one of those trees without even being that close to it. They are that big and they are in that bad of a shape. So Mario, now that we know that several of the pines that are planted in swales are that serious of hazards, I hope we really do move forward with figuring out who's going to remedy those trees, whether it be the property owner who's in charge of that swale. It seems like a huge ask for me. I know that's what the code says, but it seems like a huge, huge ask to expect a resident to take that tree down, or they share the expense with the village or however that works out. But the bottom line is we're in hurricane season and we know those trees are a danger and we lost a whole bunch of them last time the storm moved through here. And again, no one was hurt. So I hope that gets taken care of. In terms of 121st Street, Barbara, I hear your concerns. We communicated about this. And I'm going to have to support Mario on this as well, because again, those trees are such a hazard on that street. And I'd rather deal with this little bit of grief now than a homeowner whose house was destroyed and someone was injured or possibly killed when one of those trees comes down on their home. And we knew that it was that bad. So I'd rather take a little bit of heat for this now than risk someone's home being destroyed or someone getting killed or injured because those trees came down. And Mario, I hope that you can use this as some leverage to work with the city of North Miami on some other median issues that we have on that street, because we have some other issues there and we try to be good neighbors with them. We are good neighbors with them. They kind of did us a solid not too long ago that a lot of you don't know about. There was a sinkhole in the village and they came out after hours and they took care of a sinkhole in this village that could have, really, again, really injured someone. And they did that for Mario like that when he called and said, I need help. So we want to be good neighbors as well. So Mario, I hope you can use that as some leverage. The fact that you remove those trees to get some of the other work on 121st taken care of with our neighbors to the north. And that's what I want to say about trees. And I'll come, well, actually, a question about what Barbara brought up about the log cabin. So Mario, if I understand it, you forwarded those plans to Barbara or to all the boards? The plans.
I believe it was forwarded to the chairwoman,
Okay.
so that she can share with
her board. Okay.
With the board at a meeting, but we wouldn't be prepared to address any comments
I
or
understand.
anything until at
I
least
understand.
December.
I understand. But in that email, when you forwarded them, did you communicate to Barbara that what you're telling us now, that we're providing these to you well in advance because we welcome your input on this and we'll be asking for other people's input? Because it sounds like she didn't know. It sounds like she thought the plans were moving forward without their input.
The email that Albert sent indicated that they were draft plans and that we'd be able to start discussing with them in early December.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'd like to say something in that we did not actually have a sinkhole. We had a collapsed piece of the roadway, which North Miami helped us fill in. It was a collapsed piece of the roadway where a drain had fallen in.
Sinkhole, collapsed piece of the roadway. It was a hazard. It was serious. And North Miami did us a solid duty. You and I both stood there and watched them do it. So I'm not sure why you need to play semantics on that, but it was serious and they stepped in and helped us, didn't they, Judy? While you and I stood there and watched.
Are there any other questions from the commission? Thank you, Barbara.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Barbara, as always.
Mayor, we have from the Biscayne Park Foundation, Jill Gruden, who'd like to speak as well.
I'm sorry.
From the Biscayne Park Foundation, Jill Gruden, who would like to speak as well.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Jill.
Okay, perfect. My name is Jill Brukin. Good evening, everyone. Mac, I love your haircut.
Thank you.
My address is 12010 Northeast 11th Court, just for the record. As probably most of you might know, I'm the vice president of the Biscayne Park Foundation. You all probably know that the foundation raises funds for items, projects, or services that will add beauty, value, and enjoyment to the community, but aren't necessarily within the village budget. So we like to do things that are a little bit extra that maybe we can raise some interest and raise some funds. And we are currently discussing lots of different projects and some fun and interesting ways to raise funds. But we don't want to begin a campaign of raising funds for any project that might not get approved or might be stopped down the road after we've already collected this money. So the foundation is looking for some guidance from the commission and the manager about what types of things we could do on our own or in conjunction with, say, the rec center manager or the village manager, and which things would we need to come to the commission with. And I did send everyone an email about this too, in case you want to look back at it later. But I have a few examples, none of which is anything that's going forward. We're just brainstorming on ideas. But as we brainstorm, we're also wondering, well, if we wanted to undertake that project or do some fundraising, how would we make sure that the money isn't just going to be collected and then sit there and nothing ever happens? So these are some samples that maybe you all could take a moment to discuss tonight, or perhaps just start thinking about it, and maybe at the next meeting or some other time via email or however you want to do it, you could let us at the foundation know how we would get the commission's approval and for what things we need commission approval for. So some examples of some brainstormed ideas that we were thinking of raising funds for, maybe a new big screen, flat screen, smart TV for the rec center, maybe like a new sound system or audio visual system or home theater system, something like that for the rec center. Those things would need to be installed. We were thinking different types of exercise equipment for the rec center. There are ideas for indoor equipment, outdoor equipment. There's talk of a Vita course, something like that. We were thinking about new furniture for the rec center, selection and placement of artwork on the walls at the rec center. We were thinking of constructing some sort of veterans memorial somewhere. And then also events, like if we wanted to have a fundraising event, maybe an auction to be held at the rec center. Those are some ideas that we're not sure if we were to raise funds or plan something, how we would actually be able to execute or which permissions we would need. So we're looking for guidance about which things need to go before the commission, which things need to go before the village manager, and which things would need to go before the rec center manager. And what type of factors are, is it about cost? Is it about like constructing something? Is it about getting permits? We're needing some guidance on that. And if we do need to seek the commission's approval on something, should that be done during the board reports at a commission meeting? Or should we seek to get an item placed on the agenda, and how would we do that? So any information that could be provided would be excellent. I don't know if you want to discuss a little bit today and start just making initial comments, or if you want to wait till later. But thank you very much for your time.
Madam Mayor, if I may. May I?
Yes.
Jill, thank you so much for the commentary, and I appreciate the email, although I haven't been able to respond to you earlier today. We can meet outside of the meeting and get together, and I can explain to you the process. We do have a procurement code here at the village, and so if the village is doing any purchases for any type of projects, there are certain thresholds that we need to be meeting, or it's got to go to an RFQ. Now, with that said,
I'm so sorry. Can I just, and I forgot to mention that in this, all of these scenarios, 100% of the funds would be coming from the foundation. So we wouldn't be requesting any funds from the village, just assuming that
correct.
we were able to.
Right.
Thank you.
And so it all kind of depends a little bit. And I know that I think the attorneys are wanting to comment on it as well. If the village receives hardware as a donation, I think it's one thing. I apologize. Give me 1 second here. Okay, if the village receives the hardware, that's one thing. If the foundation is just cutting the check, then there's a somewhat of a separate process that might have to go in. And I'm sure like I said, the attorneys might want to chime in there. But we can definitely talk a little bit through some of those ideas and what that project might look like. And then what we can do is, before the campaign starts, bringing back to the commission, saying this is the type of project that the foundation would like to consider moving forward with a campaign. And then we can get the commission vote in direction to say, yes, let's move forward with this type of project under these type of methods, so that we can kind of move forward and we can have those conversations online. Ed, Valerie, did you want to add anything?
Jill, thanks for sending that out today. We just saw it today, and obviously we've not had an opportunity to discuss this with our client. I would point out a couple of things. First of all, as you well know, the foundation is an independent 501c3 not-for-profit corporation in the state of Florida. It has no relationship to the city, other than the commission is the only member of that organization. The commission's only responsibilities and duties are to appoint people to the board, or to take people off of the board. So we're going to have to talk to the manager about, where the city intersects with the foundation. But like I said, you are an independent Florida corporation. I don't believe that you have to follow the village's purchasing rules or anything like that, if you in fact are the ones who are going to be purchasing items and then donating them to the village. But I think what we should do is we should set up a call for the four of us with Val, to go over some of that stuff and come to a consensus, bring it back to the commission so that everybody's on the same page going forward.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'll reach out to you, Jill, so we can schedule that.
Thank you.
Can I say something to that, please, before we move past the foundation report? May I, Jenny, real quick?
Go ahead, Commissioner Karen.
Thank you, Jill, for coming and giving the report. And I love when boards come and give us reports, because you guys are our eyes and ears out there, right? And your enthusiasm to get stuff done for us is fantastic. So thanks for that. As a reminder, one of the things that's active in the commission right now is a master perimeter plan for the rec center. So we have not assigned anything or officially asked the foundation to do anything for that project, but it's in the works, and we're hoping to see a preliminary first draft of something here in the next month or two. And I'm hoping there will be some opportunity for the foundation to make a significant contribution to that in some way. So just be aware that project, we didn't forget about that. We're waiting for the plans to come back for us to discuss. And I think we'll have lots of opportunity for you to raise real money and do something that will be very long-term for the village. So thanks in advance for that. Wanted just to remind you about that.
Thank you. Village managers report. Do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to take this opportunity I believe we have Paul Winklejohn on. I'd like for him to just give, with the passing of the budget that we already had, just give a quick recap on how we finished the year. I know it's unaudited, but how we kind of finished the year. We still have several invoices that need to be paid off for the month of September, and expenditures through its under. But if Paul, if you can get on and just give the commission a quick recap of where we're at, how things are looking, and where we plan to finish the fiscal year 21 in the books.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and wanted to say Happy New Year to the commission. The budget cycle was very successful, and I appreciate your professional manager and your attorney and your clerk. Everyone as a team really made it a smooth process compared specifically to what we've did the first year we came in as your financial department. So it's come a long way, and congratulations on that. As far as the fiscal year end, we always project fairly conservatively. And so we're very confident that your budget projections, which pivots how you budget for the next year, will be at or below the projection. So we're very comfortable with that. Those financials will be done probably in about 10 days. We'll review it again. But as of today, I looked through everything and I didn't see anything alarming. So I'm very comfortable that you're going to finish the year where you expected. We also kicked off your audit report work this week. Those are the long lead items that take time to get your audit out and on time. We've learned what they are, and those have already been initiated. I'm very comfortable that we're going to be fine.
Thank
Any
you. One
questions?
other item
Yes, sir.
to note, the building fund and the permits that were received are actually coming in higher than what we even anticipated while we were doing the budget process. And so that is something that we'll continue to monitor and bring to the commission to see how any overages or those funds could amend the and benefit the village and the budget as we go through. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is that, do you want to give a report, Mario? Or is that it? Okay, does the commissioners, any of the commissioners have any other reports to report? You like that, report to report. Okay.
I do, Ginny. I was just kind of deferring to someone else if someone else wants to go first.
Yeah, I just want to officially thank the clerk for everything that she has done. I think that she's going to be sorely missed. Anytime I needed any kind of advice, I always went to her, and she didn't hesitate to ask me those questions. I do have a concern. I hope we can fill her spot. And again, I just want to say thank you very much for being here, and hope we have somebody that comes in is just as good as you are. Thank you.
Well, she will be leaving us, but that doesn't mean we'll never see her, I'm sure. I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
No, Ginny. I said I was going to defer and let some other people go first. I have a couple of things I want to report quickly, please.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner
Okay.
Kennedy.
When we approve contracts and things, sometimes we make changes during the meeting to the contracts. We correct things, we make changes and amendments and things. I just want to request that and I already asked, I had a separate private conversation with Valerie. That'll be coming up again later, I'm sure. But I already requested that she send amended and final versions of all the signed contracts to me. So I think it might be a good idea if we kind of make that standard protocol because I don't want to not have a current perfect contract for me to refer to when I want to look at a contract. So she said she'd be happy to do that, and she already started doing it. So if you guys want that, she's sending them out to me. She can do it to you at the same time. I was hoping to hear from Mario something about Halloween. So we're a couple of weeks from Halloween. We have this longstanding tradition here in the village, and nothing is on the calendar yet. At least it wasn't when I looked earlier today about any kind of event, what it would look like this year. Last year, it didn't happen because of COVID and some nasty weather, but because of COVID. And people are asking me. I'm getting asked a lot, and I'm trying not to say much of anything. So I'm hoping that will be communicated soon, that the plans are being finalized, because people are wondering what's going on. Speaking of Halloween, last meeting, I brought up an agenda item for holiday and Halloween decorating awards, which passed unanimously and very quickly, except Ginny, you wanted to make sure that we didn't burden the staff with being judges for the Halloween awards and the holiday awards. And we're all to designate someone to be our appointed judge. I sent a reminder out to you guys, and I asked Roseanne today if you guys had all appointed your judges, and Ginny and Dan, you did not appoint your judges. So I don't know if that was an oversight somehow, if maybe Roseanne didn't see them, but you guys missed your deadline for appointing your judges. And Ginny, you were particularly concerned that we wouldn't burden staff with this. And now Roseanne will be leaving. Hopefully we'll have a new clerk. We do need to make sure that we're doing what we agreed to do. So I'm hoping that was an oversight and that was missed somehow, but you guys, Roseanne does not have your judge appointments on her list. So you probably want to get on that if that's the case. I also requested from Mario, and Mario, did not receive it this month. Each month by the contract with Great Waste, they are required to submit a report to you that includes all kinds of things. It's in the contract. It includes tonnage, any complaints they've had, resolutions to those complaints. It's a full package that's supposed to come to you every month. I requested that for the last meeting prior to the status that I put on the agenda. I got some of that information as backup, but not all of it. But I'm hoping I can get that report every month without having to ask for it. So I'm just officially saying I would like that complete report every month when you get it. If someone would just forward it to me. It was a problem we had with our last vendor that they didn't do the reports. At meetings, commissioners were asking, where are these reports? What's up with our tonnage? We don't know where we stand. And things went downhill very quickly over the course of the contract. And we don't want that to happen this time. So the way you make sure that doesn't happen is you mind it as you go. So as you get those reports, Mario, if you or the clerk would forward them to me. If the other commissioners don't want them, that's their business. But I would like them, please, if you wouldn't mind sending them out.
Yes, sir. As we receive them, we'll give them.
I appreciate that. And if you don't receive them from the vendor on time, then I hope you're following up with the vendor and saying, hey, you're not fulfilling the contract. We're already seeing indications that might be the case. So I hope you stay on that vendor to fulfill the terms of the contract by getting those reports to you. And the last thing I want to say is thanks, Mario, for taking care of the audiovisual issues at the log cabin. This is working really well. For folks who aren't aware, I could not physically attend the meeting this evening for a personal reason, and I'm Zooming it. So this is all working well for the folks who were there in the room, and for commissioners who need to Zoom in sometimes, and for residents who need to Zoom in as well. One thing that I miss is seeing the commissioners and everyone at the dais as individual faces on the screen. There's a window there that says VOBP, Village of Biscayne Park Log Cabin, where I'm looking at all of you on the dais, but I'm not seeing a window for each one of you individually. And I would very much support that continuing as well, because for people who are Zooming in from home, and I'm talking for the benefit of residents mainly, not seeing your faces and watching you communicate and expressions, you miss a lot. So on the picture I'm seeing of all of you sitting on the dais right now, I can't tell who's talking, who's paying attention, who's not, who's whispering. I can't tell who looks angry and who looks lost, and I don't know what's going on there. So I would very much support, Mario, if you want to reinstate everyone having their individual device there so we can see each person individually. I think it's important and we should continue with that. That's my report. Thanks, Ginny.
Thank you. I'll take a motion for the consent agenda. Commissioners. Okay, that was motion is from Commissioner Samaria and seconded by Vice Mayor Hammelberg. All in favor, say aye.
Well, before we vote on that, remember at the top of the meeting, I said I wanted to make a quick comment about it, and Roseanne said I should do it now. The September 7th commission meeting minutes don't make any reference to the fact that the short-term rental discussion did not happen. So if you were to look at those commission meeting minutes right now, you would think that that conversation took place and it was just a discussion. So someone reading those minutes would have no way of knowing that conversation didn't take place. It will be hopefully happening tonight, but we might want to make that correction that we didn't get to that item, and we'll talk about it tonight.
What was the date of that, Mac?
September 7th.
September
Yeah. And
September 10th?
7th.
7, the commission meeting.
Yeah, and all the board meeting minutes are not uniformly signed. Again, it's one of those little details. I don't know how important it is. Might want to ask the attorney about that. Some are signed, some are not. I don't know the protocol, but I do read through before the meeting, these meetings. I read through all the minutes and make sure I understand what's going on there. And just so you're aware, they're not all being uniformly signed. Mari, I sent you an email about the Grind Fitness contract that's on consent. There's language in there that needs to be cleaned up as well. It's not a big deal.
Valerie,
Okay, thank you.
Valerie, you make the corrections on the agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's passed. Ordinance 2021-13, amending off-street parking requirements. Mr. Diaz, Ed? Not Diaz, I'm sorry. Not Mario, right? Ed.
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 5.6, off-street parking of chapter 5, transportation of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to limit approved parking surfaces to only 40% of the front yard and requiring that the remainder of the front yard consist of landscaping and green area, requiring that all parking surfaces shall be of one material and of unified design throughout, amending and clarifying the allowable materials for parking surfaces, providing that concrete parking surfaces can be painted subject to the limitations set forth therein, providing for drainage and maintenance requirements, requiring that any improvements to 50% or more of a parking surface shall require that the entire parking surface be improved.
Okay, that's 2021-13. Public comments on 2021-13. Dan Keys?
Yes. I'm going to try to make sense of my notes. And by the way, the references on the left-hand side of the notes that I gave you refer to the ordinance itself and each page of the ordinance. No. Okay. So in section 5.1.2, that includes a reference to Miami-Dade County Public Works Manual as being applicable to the entire section. And that's an issue that comes up later, which has been struck out. My understanding it might be unstruck tonight, but just wanted to point that out, that it's referenced 2 or 3 times in section 5 generally, and maybe we should go back and look at that and see if that's appropriate. On page 2, line 14, it's important to keep reminding ourselves that this section 5.6 is strictly about off-street parking, parking on private property, as we continue to review. And because there's some little efforts to include commentary about the public right-of-way and what you can do in the public right-of-way in at least one of the things. For instance, there's a section that says that parking in the medians is not permitted in this section. It has nothing to do with off-street parking. Our medians are streets. Okay. Down at line 10 and 11 on page 3, there's a double asterisk associated with the chart for how many parking spaces each building must have, and it references visitor parking spaces, and it requires 1, let's say, for a 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom house, and it somewhat implies that those visitor spaces would go, that parking would go on the public right of way, because I'd ask you to just read that section and understand that it is that is somewhat protecting the right to park on the public right of way. And that's really referring to the next discussion you're going to have about the public right of way later on today, but just I'd ask you to just keep that in mind. Page 3, line 24. Okay, I just mentioned that, no parking in the medians. Page 3, line 26. refers to 5.6.1, which again speaks only to off-street. Are we gonna do that? Was that a timer or something?
I don't know what that
Okay.
is.
Is
Oh,
there 3
okay.
minutes?
Oh, that was the 3 minutes.
Okay. All right, so.
Well,
Mayor?
you want to finish your
I think I'm-
thought?
I think I'm kind of the only person here. If I get, have the 5 or 6 or 7 minutes that it might take to get through this, I'd appreciate it.
I don't have a
If
problem.
I can say something there, Dan Keys has been very involved in this from the start. He put a lot of thought into what he wants to present to us tonight. He went to P and Z meetings. I think he deserves the time that he needs to get through his notes that he worked awfully hard on.
I don't have a problem with that.
What don't you have?
Since there's nobody else here and he has put a lot of time in, I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, continue, Dan, but kind of condense it a little bit.
Okay, if you just, turn to the second page of my notes, I guess. And as, I really would appreciate it if you read through it. It's confusing. My notes are not exactly concise, but if you take you propose ordinance and you look at those commentary and you all know where I live and what my telephone number is, give me a
But you
call
c-
if there's any.
You can continue. I think
Okay,
you're on
sorry.
line 24 on page 3
Yeah,
is
well,
where you ended off.
yeah, if we could just go to the next page, page 3, line 36. We have to have somewhere in our code what the standards for a parking space are. And that may be, again, in the Miami-Dade County Code, which we may be putting back in tonight, by recommendation of the attorney. But basically, you're requiring a parking space. You need to know how big a parking space is so you can see whether or not a parking space is actually being provided. So we need to figure something out as to what the actual standards are for a given space. Line 41, 5.6.8, page 3. This goes to, we've indicated that there's 40% limit on parking spaces, parking surfaces on private property in the front yards of houses. Question might come up immediately. If somebody wants to put a pathway from that parking area to their front door or around the side of the house, is that going to be included in that calculation? Or can somebody present 2 parking spaces of 500 square feet or whatever, and then have an additional 200, 300 square feet of pathway? So that's a question. That's the sort of thing that comes up later when somebody actually goes to get a permit and they go in front of planning and zoning, and planning and zoning has to figure it out. Maybe some language in an ordinance would clear that issue up. All right. Page 4, line 1, 5.6.8C. We 5.6 says several times, all parking shall be on an approved surface. And we understand that it is in the section of 5.6, which is about off-street parking. But there's been, to avoid some confusion in reading the code and interpreting the code in the future, it wouldn't hurt to say, when we're talking about off-street issues, to say off-street. All off-street parking shall be on approved surfaces, for instance. And there's several times that's mentioned. Page 4, line 1, 5.6.8C. Okay. As written, the new language would preclude the combination of materials in a driveway. And so that, in my opinion, that language needs to be cleared up. Because, for instance, if you want to put in a gravel driveway, it now requires a combination of a concrete edge and a gravel infill. That's two materials, and you're saying it's only one material that you can do. So some language, to that extent needs to be cleared up. Allowing two materials, combinations of materials, some kind of aesthetic combination. We all know what we're trying to avoid. An ugly asphalt driveway with a pretty brick driveway. That's not necessarily a bad thing to me, depending on where those materials are. But so use terms like compatible materials and cohesive design, and the attorney would probably have to advise you, but is there a way to empower the planning and zoning board to make that determination? It's an aesthetic consideration. I think they should have the explicit right to do that, because I don't think they're kind of stretching it if they're talking, really as to their authority in making aesthetic considerations. So maybe if we give them the explicit right, that'll clear up that concern for the future. The next page simply said that we have long allowed a 30-inch setback from the property lines to a driveway. That's really very minimum, and I don't know that we can actually go back in time 55 years and undo all the driveways that have been put closer than 5 foot to the right of way. But most cities would say no closer than 5 foot to the property line on that. Page 4, line 5, 5.6.8D2. I guess I just talked about that. Page 4, line 12. With regard to surfacing, okay, you've disallowed the use of a natural South Florida material, white limestone crushed rock for gravel driveways. I asked Planning and Zoning Board last night what was the reason for that. They indicated they thought it was a cheap material. Well, it is cheaper than materials that you have to ship down from Georgia, crushed granite or something like that. And that's kind of a problem. It's not it's fine if you want to do that, but it's 2 to 3 or 4 times the cost to do that, as opposed to using the local material that's, mined right out here in western Miami-Dade County. I think that there should be a limitation to the size of that rock, and I have seen driveways put in with like 3 and 4 inch lime rock materials. Certainly we shouldn't be using the crushed rock, base rock materials that are used as the base for an asphalt road. That's not the right material. That's not a gravel. But to allow a P rock size, a 3/8 inch rock, I think we should allow it. And regarding the size of the aggregate that is allowed for a driveway, you've limited it to aggregates of 1/2 inch or greater. Okay, that excludes what very commonly is referred to P rock, which is 3/8 inches in diameter and greater. I happen to have 35 years of experience with P rock driveways. And I can tell you that 3/8 inch rock driveways are the only ones that can really be maintained by mechanical means. A scuffle hoe, some kind of a hoe to get weeds out of it. So not allowing that it really precludes a material that, in my opinion, is size-wise is much more aesthetic than a 3/4 or 1 inch rock. And I would really strongly urge you to allow a 3/8 inch. I believe last night they told me at the Planning and Zoning Board that their recommendation was actually for a 3/8 inch rock. 3/8 to 3/4, I think, is the term, the range that they used. And I think that's a very good range. because it doesn't allow these boulders as driveway gravel, and it eliminates superfine material. So I would urge you to go with a 3/8 inch to 3/4 inch aggregate size. You know, we may also add terms like crushed granite or crushed rock. I read through some web pages about the difference between a gravel and a crushed rock, and you know, adding those terms would allow the selection to include both crushed rock, which is an unnatural material. You take a big boulder and you crush it up into little pieces and you divide it. That's what that is. And gravel is often referred to as the stuff that you might get out of a riverbed. It's rounded edges and things like that. Chattahoochee stone would be more of a gravel. Okay. Oh, last page. See, it's not too painful. 5.6.11. Don't even know what it is. See. Okay. Okay, so honestly, I'm not sure what this section is trying to do. It talks about any repairs or improvements to 50% or more of a parking surface shall require that property owner replace the entire surface. So I have half of my concrete driveway is cracked. You know, it's entirely possible to saw cut that half and remove it and re-pour it. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish in that circumstance. An asphalt driveway, 57% of it needs is pockmarked and needs redoing. Do I have to remove, replace the entire surface? You know, maybe that's appropriate. Okay, but there may be circumstances where it's not. You know, I just don't think it's written in such a way that really gets you anything. 5 points, page 5, line 1, 5.6.12. Let me get to it. Almost there. You know, basically in the case of restoration of a driveway, removal site. You have an old driveway, it needs to be removed because the code requires it. It was an old asphalt driveway, it has a crushed rock base, compacted, no water goes through that. When you put grass on that, even if you put soil on the top, it's an area that dries out, looks bad, it's going to look different than the rest of the lawn. We should go further and say that all of that that sub-base material should be removed and replaced with soil, because otherwise it's going to be ugly. There's a section 5.6.13 that refers to an apron. Okay, that's kind of the same thing as a parking surface approach. Kind of redundant. Okay, I had a couple of side questions. I mean, we have many there's no regulation here regarding parking that might be put in behind a house or on the side of a house, to either a driveway to a rear garage that many of our properties have. So you might want to speak to that. You know, can people put 17 parking spaces in the backyard? Ought to think about that and decide whether we want that to happen. You might consider things like a maximum number of vehicles on a residential lot to help you regulate that. We didn't talk about parking access from an alley, which might want to know, because we have that situation in the village. Couple of, and I think I touched on it before, but when the word all is used, it sets people up for misunderstanding when they're reading through a code. And if we can specify, if we mean all of whatever we're talking about in a certain area of property, in this case, off street, I think it would be clear. Okay. Okay, 2 seconds. In general, we have an ordinance here, and then you're going to later talk about issues on the right of way. One of them is no doubt going to be whether or not you're going to allow improved parking space to be put on the right of way. Continue that, and there may be overlaps between this ordinance and the ordinance that's going to deal with that issue. I know I'd hate to see you have to go back and amend this ordinance because something you did on the right of way, needs to be changed. I kind of recommend that you take a look at the entire section 5, and with the inclusion of this ordinance and the next one on the right of way, about the right of ways, to see if it all flows properly from the beginning to the end without contradictions that always get us into trouble. Kind of a question about if you have a corner property which has 2 frontages, presumably you can put a driveway in both frontages. And I would wonder whether the entire square footage of both the front and the side front can be added up, and then 40% of that number can all be put in the front of the house. Or do we just take the side frontage and say that's a square footage and 40% of that can be driveway, and then take the front frontage and do that square footage and decide for in other words, we're taking a much larger slab of concrete and potentially putting it on one side or the other of this property, and that might be against what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay, you wrapping up now?
That's it.
Okay, let me just ask you one quick question here that I have. You talk about parking access from the alleys. How many homes do you think have a back alley in Biscayne Park? It's not like Miami Shores.
50, 60, 100, I don't know.
I mean, I really have no idea.
I've never counted it up, but there's probably 10, 20, 30, 40, gotta be.
So it doesn't apply a big deal on
Not a huge
Biscayne Park.
deal, but if somebody wants to, inevitably, somebody's gonna come in, wants to access a driveway and our garage at the back of their house, and we're not gonna have anything in our code, and the zoning board is gonna have to say, hey, let's wing it, let's see what we can do. Give them something to work with, and
Okay, wait just a minute. Does any commissioners have any questions for Dan?
Not a question for Dan, but we had already discussed that it was not going to be one material, because even my, you can't hear me?
Yeah, it's on. It's just muffled.
Should be on. Even my driveway, which is brick on sand, is more than one material. It's got concrete borders, as do the gravel driveways, but it was not supposed to be one material. It was supposed to be of a one unified design. So I think somewhere we missed the boat there, but we had discussed that last time when we brought it up, that it was not to be one material, that it was to be designed.
If I may.
It's a one-word error that Valerie's taking care of.
Yeah, and so there's going to be 3 corrections. I'm sorry, just haven't had an opportunity to speak yet. So the 3 corrections is for 5.6.8, the strike through of the reference to the Miami-Dade County Code, that'll be removed. So that'll remain as it originally existed. with respect to 5.6.8 subsection C, it'll be one material or of unified design. So it could be either or, which will address that issue. And then there's a typo in 5.6.8 E, or it says artificial turn. Obviously, it should be artificial turf. So those are the three corrections that occur between first and second reading. And then once we have an opportunity to discuss the ordinance more, we can discuss what the planning board's recommendations were and the basis for that and whether the commission would like to accept those.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Dan. Like a motion on 2021-13.
I'll make a motion to approve for discussion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, any discussion?
If you would like, I could start by discussing what the planning board's recommendations were, just to reiterate them for the commission's consideration. Can you hear me? No? Better?
I hear you fine.
I'm sorry, I was trying to maintain my mask on, but so much for that. So the first of the recommendations was to remove True Grid or similar material as an approved parking surface. The planning board's recommendation is based on the fact that True Grid is a material that is typically found on commercial or industrial type properties. It's not something that's typically seen in a residential community. They believe that it doesn't fit with the general aesthetics, and therefore they recommend against including that as an approved parking surface. Additionally, as already been indicated, with respect to the gravel size, that should be 3/8 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch, not 1/2 of an inch. And then the third issue that was raised was with respect to 5.6.10 for maintenance, where it indicates that for asphalt parking services, regular maintenance shall include sealing of the asphalt. Sealing about too specific, and therefore was going to be proposed to amend that it should just be properly maintained and protected from the elements by some protective coating or something to that effect. They're not specifically identifying sealing, but just that it's going to be maintained in that fashion. That's it.
Any other discussion?
I do, certainly. I have quite a bit I want to go over here, but I'll defer to someone else. Ginny, how do you want to manage this discussion? This is a big one. We got to get it right. Are you guys there? Did you hear me?
Is there any other discussion?
Did you hear me?
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
We hear you. She's
Okay.
she's asking any of the commissioners on the dais if they'd like to speak.
No more discussion? Oh, Commissioner Kennedy?
Am I the only one that has anything to discuss?
Yep.
Wow, I don't know how an ordinance of this import is in front of you guys and you have nothing to discuss about this, but I'm going to be here for a minute, Jenny, so sit back and get comfortable. So in regards to P and Z's comments about, they mentioned three things that they want us to look at again. One is True Grid, one is the size of gravel, and one is the requirement that we have in there for the for asphalt driveways to be sealed. So if they determine that True Grid is aesthetically unpleasing, I can go along with that. We count on them for aesthetics, and we do have other options for driveways of that ilk to be constructed with turf block. So I think we're kind of good there if we take out True Grid. In regards to the size of the gravel, the reason that what we discussed before, and Ecology brought this to us, and I also did some research on it, is when the gravel size gets small, it compacts more and it's worse for drainage. So larger gravel is better for drainage, smaller gravel is not. And that's why we went with that minimum size that we have in the ordinance, so I still support that. Regarding the sealing of asphalt, unsealed asphalt leads to cracks and potholes and UV damage as well. And that leads to deterioration of the material. And quite frankly, this also looks crappy. So that's the same reason why they seal asphalt roads. They go through because it makes them last longer, and it looks better. So these old dingy, cracked, falling apart asphalt parking spaces that you see are because they're not being properly maintained, and you maintain that with asphalt seal. So I support that staying in there because we want properties to be maintained well. So those are my comments about specifically about the things that P&Z brought to us. And thanks, I know Gage is still in the meeting. So thank you for, again, going through it. And I think Valerie was there last night as well. Now I have a couple of things of my own that I want to bring up. Some of them are things that Dan brought up, Dan Keys brought up already, and some are not. So Valerie, thanks for bringing those corrections to our attention. One thing I always want to make sure of when we're looking at codes is that we remove as much subjectivity as possible and we leave it as objective as possible. It's that gray area, the wiggle room, that gets us into trouble. And I think the board should be given as many things they can point to in a code and say, this is what we have, this is what you have to do, this is what you're required to do. And again, and I have great confidence in the current makeup of our planning and zoning board. I have since I moved here, the different people who have been on it. But we always have to be thinking ahead, guys, on how bad a code could be followed per the letter of the code. And we have to think about who else could be on the board at some point. And we can't leave code to be subjective because we trust Gage and the folks who are on the board and their ability to, desire to make this village look right. We need to remove all that subjectivity so everyone is abiding by the same rules. Here are some specific things that I want to bring up. So 5.6.1A number 1, it's on page 2 of 6. 5.6.1A number 1. This says non-conforming residential properties that do not have an approved parking surface, including an approved approach, shall have 1 year from the date of enactment of this ordinance to have the compliant parking service permitted and installed. So Valerie, this was in here before, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so this is when they wrote the last version of the driveway code, they basically said, we're going to give people who are non-conforming, we're going to give them a year to become conforming. I guess I didn't live here then, but I guess they thought that was fair considering they were making some significant changes to the code. And I would agree. Go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting. Obviously, we weren't with the village at that time, but
Yeah.
the way it reads is that's for properties that do not have a driveway, would have
Correct.
a year to install a driveway.
That's correct.
Versus subsection 2.
That's correct.
References if they have they already have a driveway, it's just non-conforming, then it would have to reach that 50% threshold.
Understood.
It would have to be brought up to code.
Understood. Did I say that backwards? Apologies if I did. That's for,
I
so
just wanted
number
to
1.
clarify.
Okay, so number 1 is for people that don't have an approved parking service, including the approach. So we have some of those that have a driveway but not an approach, and some that don't have any. So it gives people a year to add the driveways and approaches. Should we, and by the way, that was not enforced. So they passed this new driveway code. I don't know how many years ago this was. Valerie, you probably know, you can see like the years things were changed. But, and then they never enforced that. So they told people they had a year and they never enforced it. So if we intend to do this now, which clearly we do, and Mario is now going to enforce this for us, we may want to consider broadening that a bit to include replacements, because we have people who have non-conforming, the section that Valerie pointed out, number 2, existing non-conforming surfaces permitted by the village, that they can remain unless 50% or more of them needs to be replaced. We have people that don't meet that threshold either. I think, as a gesture of good faith to the community, we should consider allowing giving people a year in both of those cases. The people who don't have parking, and the people who have something that is deteriorated more than 50%, because that is going to be a complete replacement as well. So whether you have to put in a driveway that you don't have, or you have to remove one that is non-conforming and replace it, that can actually be more expensive. I think we should give people in both cases a year to comply, and that needs to be communicated very clearly, very broadly to the community at large, and also to specific properties that don't have driveways, number one, or in number two in the same paragraph, are non-conforming based on their deterioration, and give them all very clear warning. On this date, you have 1 year to comply. But make sure that's very clear to them. Otherwise, what could happen if we don't do that is that we're going to pass this. The people who have no driveway have a year to comply, and they won't know it. And the people who do have a driveway, but it's non-compliant, they could be cited immediately, and they wouldn't know it either. So I just think we might want to combine those into one item. As much as I want everyone to comply and us to have very good driveway code, I think we also need to be fair to residents. And I think this is one of those places that we need to say, we're doing the right thing, and now we need you residents to do it as well. And we're going to give you a really nice, reasonable amount of time to do it, because a driveway is not cheap. And if you have to remove a driveway and have it hauled away, it's even more expensive. So that is my comment about 5.6.1A is the number 1 and number 2. Do you want me to stop, Ginny, as I address each one of my points and have a conversation about it? I think that might be a good idea. Otherwise, I'm going to jump to something else, and you're all going to say, I can't remember what Mac's
Let
first
me
point was.
just ask Mac if anybody wants to say something about what Mac just spoke about. Does any of the commissioners want to speak?
Yeah, I'll just say that I think that's a good idea. So I'm good with that. I can hear myself perfectly.
I hear you perfectly, Art.
Anyway, yes, I think it's a good idea to put that together.
Do you want to say something? Go ahead. Oh, okay. All right, what else were you gonna?
No one else has any opinion on that?
Nope. Good, what was the next item, Mac?
Okay, because, and I want you guys to make sure you see some specific
Mac,
language in there.
Mac,
Yeah,
Mac, hang
Yeah.
on a second.
Yeah.
Tell us specifically what it is that you want changed in that, because we're totally confused.
well, I mean, Ed, is that Ed talking? I'm sorry, my Zoom window minimized so I can read my notes. Is that Ed? Yes, okay. So, well, shall I do that, Ed? Because I only heard Art agree with me, and we have to have like a majority of the folks to agree, so I don't want to bother suggesting something if the other three are not agreeing with Art and me.
Well, I don't know if they're agreeing or not. So
Are
I
they-
think
are they
maybe-
listening?
Maybe if you clarify what it is that we're going to
Okay,
change.
okay,
that
let me-
might
let
get
me-
you-
Okay, so we're talking about 5.6.1A as an apple, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 says, if you don't have a driveway, you have a year to comply. Number
No,
2 says,
That's not what it says.
tell me what it
if you
says.
Don't have an approved parking surface,
Yeah.
including an approved driveway.
Including an approved approach. But there's a comma there, so that means you could have one or the other, but not both. It wouldn't be compliant.
Correct.
Yeah. So if you don't have an approved parking surface, including an approach, you have a year to comply, to get a permit and have it installed, right?
You
So
had,
we
you had a year to comply from the date of enactment of that ordinance.
right, but if we're going to enact this in ordinance again, does the clock start again?
No, it doesn't,
Well, then why is this in here?
because it's part of the existing code.
Well, then, okay, but that year ended when, Ed? It ended years ago. If we're going to redo this code, why are we leaving that in there? Because now somebody would rightfully pull this up and see that we amended it in October of 2021, and they'd say, well, I have a year.
I believe it was
So why would we
originally
leave it there?
in 2015.
Okay, so why would we leave it there?
Because this is an amendment to the ordinance. It's not the enactment of the ordinance.
Well, then should we say 1 year from the date of the amendment of this ordinance? Look, guys, do you want Mario to send code out today? Yeah, I guess here's the question. Do you want them to go out today and start citing people? Because there's going to be a ton of people who don't have driveways or don't have approaches, or they're non-compliant and they're more than 50% deteriorated. We're going to have a ton of people that could be cited by this. Is that the commission's intent, that we want Mario to go do that?
Or you could send out a notice to people, re-advising them of this and telling them that they have a certain amount of time within which to comply
No.
before code is going to start issuing
Okay.
Violations.
I understand. Now, let me say this slightly differently then. I think for the same reason that in 2015, they put that in there and said, we're giving you a year. I think we need to make the clock start ticking now again, because the village did it in 2015 and then they didn't enforce it. So now people have been like, well, no one, they didn't enforce it. So I think we should give them that year to get, I think we should maybe say 1 year from the date of amendment of the ordinance to be compliant, because we're changing this thing now and we're saying we're really going to do it. And then, but we really do need to do it. I don't think it's fair to residents, quite frankly. As much as I want driveways replaced, I don't think it's fair to them that, like, bam, we're going to go do this now. After they were told, if they attended commission meetings in years past, since I've lived here, they were told, yeah, we're kind of not doing that because we're going to readdress it. There are a lot of residents in this village who are following this topic, and they know that the commission said, yeah, we're not going to do that because we're going to address this code again. And then they didn't. And it sat here and nothing happened until I brought it up a couple of months ago and said, we need to finish the undubbed job of several previous commissions. So the village didn't do right by its residents. And as much as I want this all done, I don't think it's fair to residents, especially if they know that we enacted this rule, we let it drop by the wayside, and actively at meetings said, yeah, we're not going to enforce that. Give us a minute. We're going to look at this again and make it better. And then we never did. And we own that.
So commission, what he's saying is he wants to give these people a year, another year from now, or from the time we enact this amendment, to come into compliance.
I have no problem with that.
That's okay.
About the rest of you. Art, I think you said yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
We'll make that change.
And I think, so Ed, what would that be? It would say from date of amendment of this ordinance, or you would just do something else? You'll figure it out and bring it back to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let us do the drafting. We don't have to do it now.
Okay. And then back to the original point, that was number 2 should be lumped in there as well, which is what Art initially agreed with me on, that for the people who are non-compliant because of 50% or greater, again, they're in the same situation. They have kind of been waiting and wondering, and
I think you have consensus on that, Mac.
do we? Okay, because I'm not seeing anybody and I'm not hearing anybody, so I'm not like seeing people not in agreement. Okay, then I will move on. But I do hope that we communicate this really well, Mario, because this is where we tripped up last time. Okay, 5.6.2. There's some language here that needs a little tiny bit of help. Says in the village hall, comma, recreation area, comma, and church, comma, the occupancy shall be based on . So we need an and in there before the word church, or that doesn't read properly. Anyone have an issue with that? Again, I'm not seeing you guys.
No
Okay.
issue.
Okay. 5 points. Okay. Well, it's important because it doesn't read. 5.6.5, parking, this is on page 3. Parking in medians prohibited. I believe this is one of the things Dan Keys brought up. I'm not sure why this is even in here, because this section pertains to off-street parking. And then right here in the middle of off-street parking, it says, no parking shall be allowed in median open spaces or median parkways. So I'm not sure why it's there. And then what I've also been told is that that's not enforceable unless we have no parking signs, that it doesn't have any teeth anyway. So my first comment on 5.6.5 is, why is it here? And Valerie didn't put it there, it was there. And my second question is, if we can't enforce it, why are we even saying it? Maybe this belongs in the section with swales about the rights of way, because rights of way are in front of homes, they're the medians, they're all the rights of way, streets, basically.
I agree that if it's not enforceable, we really shouldn't have it in.
Unless the attorneys tell us otherwise. Valerie, is there a reason why that should be there?
Based on the history of the ordinance, that language existed even before the 2015 amendment. So I can't
Okay.
say why it was placed in there. It existed, long before it was amended, even in 2015.
Does it matter that it's there? I'm just kind of, as I read through this, I'm cleaning it up as I go. So anybody else have a comment about that?
Shall we remove that? Anybody agree? or-
Well, if we remove it, we need to make sure it's in there somewhere else
In
because
the swale part, yeah.
parking in the medians is prohibited in this village. And we do have signs up in many of our medians to
Yeah.
try and keep people from parking.
Yeah, not very many, but yeah, you're right, Judy, we do. And I agree. That's what I'm saying. I think it needs to be dropped in somewhere else, and I think it is somewhere else, but it just doesn't seem to belong here.
I'm not sure that it really detracts from it or is a problem with it, though.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to move on. 5.6.8. I just want to clarify that Dan Keys brought this up, that the 40% is in the front yard, but that we do have maximum lot coverage. And that's what, Valerie, just confirm, am I correct, that would take care of maximizing someone's, setting a maximum on how much parking they could put elsewhere on the property other than the front yard. We do have maximum lot coverage, right?
I don't know if I understand your question. It's only limited to 40% of front yard.
Right, exactly. It's 40% of front yards, but people still could, following this, put parking in their side and backyards, and that is limited by our maximum lot coverage. So they couldn't just go hog wild and say, okay, it's only 40% of my front yard and pave their entire backyard. That is addressed by our maximum lot coverage in our land development code.
Under P and Z, I think it is addressed. Is Gage around?
And the reason I bring this up is we do have some properties that have paved their entire backyard and made it a giant parking lot. So so they have parking in the front, they have parking all the way down the side, and then their back is completely paved in as well. So this, just want to make sure you guys are clear that this sets a 40% max, regardless of materials. That's the big change here, for the front yard only. But the rest of this is controlled by our maximum lot coverage. I'm very certain of it. I just wanted to hear a confirmation on that. Valerie?
I can only speak to this specific portion of the code. I did not research the other land use regulations, but with respect to this specific provision, it only deals with front yard.
Okay. Okay. I think maybe we should look into that for the second reading and just make sure, because Dan Keys brought that up as well. Okay, 5.6.8C, the same material and design, that's one of the areas that you're making the wordage correction. Is that correct, Valerie?
Correct. It'll be changed to or, so it could be of one material or of unified design.
Okay, and it could be, it should be or and or.
Or.
Okay, so
One
it's either
or the other.
or of unified design, and that gives them the ability to see to that. That gives P and Z the ability to see to that, because again, gravel would not meet that requirement. Okay, there was a specific concern from some residents about ribbon driveways, and that would also cover this, correct? Because ribbon driveways could follow the unified design. Right, Valerie? Yes, okay. Okay, 5.6.8D is in dog number 1. This says the village manager may waive the requirement for in relation to the setback. So it says all conforming parking surfaces as related to setback shall come into compliance when there's a change in parking surface material or installation. So unless the village manager says that the parking surface would be non-functional, then she or he, whoever the village manager is, it's not Mario, it's the manager in place, could waive this requirement. Is that a standard thing? It's just kind of odd that that one thing was included in there and kind of jumped out at me when I read this again.
Again, that was existing language that predated this amendment, so I can't speak to what was the intent when they prepared it.
It's just very odd to me. It seems like something that should go through a variance procedure. Does anyone else have a concern about that? Because again, it's not about Mario, it's about village managers just sort of having the ability to waive things like this. Should that be something that is a part of a variance process?
I think
There
it
are
should
other
be
codes that
variance
permit
in
for
P&Z.
administrative variances if they're de minimis, so that's not unheard of. If it's de
Say that
minimis.
again, Valerie.
There are codes for other municipalities where administrative variances are permissible. Not every variance, especially
Has
if
to
it's
go
de-
through the
de
commission.
minimis, has to go through a planning board. So, in this case, the setback's only 30 inches. I'm not sure how much of a waiver they would get. That's very close to the site anyways.
Okay, does anyone else have an issue with that? Or think it should be a variance? It just jumped out at me. Anybody?
Yes,
No?
yes,
You agree, Judy?
yes, I do agree.
Anybody else?
I also agree.
It's okay.
I didn't say.
So can we still change that, Valerie?
Yes, that could be amended if that's the consensus of the commission that any, the determination would have to go through a variance proceeding. So any change or any deviation from the 30-inch side property line setback.
I think it's just a
Require
good
a
idea.
variance.
Okay, so did we just get consensus on that? Yeah,
Is there
sounded,
consensus?
I heard Judy and Art both say yes.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Sorry?
Are you good with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jenny's good with it.
Okay, so that one's a yes. 5.6.8E as in Edward. What are we gonna do about True Grid? We leave it in or take it out, guys? I'm fine with taking it out.
Is there a consensus for that? There's two, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm fine with taking it out as well. Yes.
So there's consensus to remove True Grid.
Okay. Okay, it does say on here, in no circumstances shall grass or sod be an approved parking surface. Okay, this is one of those little tiny things. It's just kind of a like, made me wonder when I read that. And I know what our intent is. We don't want people parking on grass. But there is a driveway style, well, turf block, for example. Turf block is, you guys probably know what it is. It's that hash marked kind of paver material that in between are voids that people fill with gravel. And sometimes they put grass in there. They plant grass in there. So it's a grid pattern with the grass in between. In that application, grass is being parked on, but this provision, number 3, E as in Edward, number 3, would not allow them to do that. The same thing would come into play with the driveway style, those, I don't know what you call it, Dan, what are those gigantic, no, the gigantic concrete blocks that have, the geometric designs, the giant concrete, poured concrete squares. You guys have seen it around the village. Those people pour huge concrete squares, and in a geometric pattern, in between them, they put gravel or they plant grass. Sometimes they
But
put
that's
the,
part of a design element, Mac. That's not the whole driveway.
okay, but it is, but cars
That's
are
not-
parking on it. But in the turf block, it certainly is. It's a parking surface. They're parking on it. I'm just wondering if we
But
should
it's turf
clarify.
block.
Right, but look
It's
at it.
turf block.
Okay,
So
but
they're
should we
not
just say,
parking on grass, they're parking on turf block that has grass growing on it.
understood? That's what I'm saying. Should we
Yeah.
make it
That's
clear
the
here?
only one that you can use that artificial grass as a decoration in this.
I think,
Right.
I think
So-
what Mac is trying to say is he just wants to clarify the language. That's all. Because when I read this, I just saw grass and sod, but I didn't see the other thing about, where the grass goes in between the concrete and whatnot. So I think it's
You
just,
might,
Maybe just the language clarity, that's all.
Might say, except in the case of turf block. So it's clear that you can use it there. So people in the future aren't, someone doesn't say, well, you can't do that. Because that's what turf block is. You plant grass in it. So in E as in Edward, it says we allow turf block. I think in number 3, it should say in no circumstances shall grass or sod be an approved parking surface except when used with turf block. So it's clear there as well, just so we're consistent. Anyone else care?
I think it's important to be clear, and the clearer we can be, the easier it is for everybody to understand, so. I'm
Exactly. Again, it's removing subjectivity, making everything objective. Anyone else for or against that? Anybody have an opinion either way? Yes or no?
That's fine. That's clarifying language. We can include that.
Okay, very good. Okay. 5.6.8 G as in gravel. It refers to, this is painting of driveways. It says colorized with a color that is the same or substantially similar to a color within the paint palette established and approved by the Village Commission. Well, just so you're clear, we don't have a paint palette that refers to driveway colors. So I talked to Valerie today about this. It's one of the phone calls I made to the attorney because I wanted to make sure I understood this before our meeting tonight. And Valerie, do you want to tell them what you told me today when we spoke on the phone?
Yeah, it would be treated similarly to the exterior paint colors for homes that the village has. It'll be a pre-approved colors, and any deviation from that would require planning board approval. But ultimately, what we'd propose is that either the planning board or the village's planning professionals provide the color palette and scheme for the village commission's approval, and then that would be enforced.
So I think I don't have a problem with this wording. I wanted this in here, but we do need to get P&Z or Calvin Giordano, and I would think P&Z would be our first stop on this. Maybe it could be our only stop on this, to propose a palette for us. Valerie, did I understand that the commission has to approve the palette, or we can just?
The way it's currently written, it would be approved by the village commission.
By the Village Commission. Okay, so we need to get, oh, I see, I'm sorry, it says approved by the Village Commission. So we need to get P&Z to create the palette, and so we can get this approved. Otherwise, we're going to approve an ordinance that is referencing something that doesn't exist.
Right, that section would not be enforceable up until time you have a color palette.
Exactly, and I just hate for things to be in code and it's not enforceable. It references something that doesn't exist. We forget about it. So is it possible, if you guys are in agreement, Mario, could we ask P&Z at their next meeting between now and our next reading of this ordinance for them to have a discussion and come to us? So possibly separate, but at the same time, we could have a conversation and approve that palette.
We'll definitely talk to P&Z and put it on the October 18th agenda.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, 5 points.
Excuse me, Madam.
Driveways? That's what we're talking about.
We're talking about driveways.
I think P&Z will come up with a palette.
Okay.
Work on that.
Okay. 5.6.9, it's on page 4. It says drainage. All parking surfaces shall be properly and sufficiently graded and drained so as to prevent causing an increased burden or nuisance upon adjoining private and public property, including the right of way, by reason of runoff water. So my question is if someone has, and we have these, someone has a driveway, an approved parking surface, and it is running water back into the street or into a neighbor's property, because we have that as well. I had a conversation with a neighbor who contacted me about that very topic. If it's a driveway is draining water where it's not supposed to be, is that reason enough to trigger them to have to replace their driveway or otherwise upgrade it to stop that from happening? An
No, it would be
existing driveway?
It would be a code violation.
So it is a code violation that they would have to comply,
They would be issued a citation, yes, until there would
and
be
it would
correction.
start the compliance. Okay, very good. Just wanted to clarify that. 5.6.11 Partial parking surface improvements. And so this is, if any repair or improvement to 50% or more of the parking surface will require that the property replace the entire parking surface. So again, just to clarify, at that point, then Valerie, that 50% trigger would require them to bring it all into compliance.
That is correct. So there's
Every
two different-
aspect of this. Okay.
Right. So earlier in that the code provision we were discussing was about 50% or more, and then bringing it up to code.
Mm-hmm.
The intent of this separate section is different. My understanding, based on the direction of the commission, was that you don't want partial improvements. So somebody cannot
Mhm.
come in to only repair 50%. They would have to repair the whole thing. So even if it did meet all the code requirements and it's up to code, they still can't replace just 50%. They would have to replace
Yeah.
the whole thing. You don't
50% is,
want
yeah.
hodgepodge or patchwork
Got it.
type repairs.
Yeah, so 50% is the point at which it's time to replace the whole thing. And that requires them to be compliant with the current code.
Right.
Okay, very good. Just want to make sure I was clear on that. Okay, Dan Keys brought up something that I think is important for us to talk about. When there's language in here in a couple of places, I think, that when parking is removed and we're going to require sod or plants to be put back in, we use organic language or something like that. I think we do need to make sure, I don't know how Valerie would word this, but she'll figure it out. But I think it's important that we do say they have to remove all the substrate materials and blah, blah, blah down to soil and replace soil to bring it up even. And so what they're planting thrives. Otherwise, you have people putting sod down over sand. And there's one right around the corner for me, put sod down over sand and it died. And now it looks like hell. So I think we do need to make sure that they're planting properly. Anyone have an opinion on that?
If I may, that's getting, I think, a little bit too down in the weeds, no pun intended.
No pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, if they go to restore it and it doesn't thrive, then they're not complying with the code, right? So there would be a violation if there's not sod or landscaping there.
So in other words, we don't
And so
address
if
it in the front.
ultimately dies and they're not in compliance because they haven't restored it.
Well, they did restore it, but now you have dead grass. So the day that they pass their, this is what I'm getting to, the day that they get their final, they get the sign off on their final inspection, there's sod there, it's all alive, it's green, but 3 months later, it's dead. So now it's not that they're not compliant with the driveway code. They passed their final inspection, but now they have dead grass. So what do we cite them for at that point?
Code issue. That same provision.
Yeah, that's code.
Right, it would be a property maintenance issue
Okay.
that they would have to fix.
Fair enough. Where are wheel stops disallowed, Valerie? I didn't see that in here.
It was not included. And I'm sorry if I missed that, but I don't recall getting specific direction on that.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we voted on. I think that was actually unanimous. Let me pull up the list here. I went through remember the list that we finalized at the last meeting and I sent that to you?
Yeah, no, I apologize if I
Yeah. No. No,
included it.
missed something. Okay, so that needs to be added back in. I'm not sure where. And then the same thing, there was something we also agreed on, and that was not allowing raised edges, and that was a drainage thing. And that's not listed in here anywhere either.
The raised edges is included. Give
Oh,
me
did I miss that?
to look for it. I put that I have to flush. H for borders. The borders of all parking surface shall be landscaped or sod in no event. That's so H2. The borders of all parking surfaces shall be maintained in such a manner so that it's flush or level with the parking surface. Raised parking surface.
Oh, right there it is. Got it. We're good.
With
Got
respect
it.
to the parking stops.
The wheel stops.
Wheel stops. And I'm sorry, I have to refresh my recollection. I know that you guys do have duplexes and other, that are not single family homes. Were you going to permit them in those?
Yes, but not single family.
Okay,
Not
so
in-
it's only going to be prohibited for single family homes. Not a problem. I can include that. but-
Well, let's be careful about that. Is a duplex a single family home?
No.
Okay, then I have a problem with that because a single family home and a duplex, where it should be allowed is the apartment buildings, the multi-unit, whatever the word is that you use for those, Valerie. We have, I think, 3 apartment buildings, let's say. That's different. That's almost a commercial application. But whether it's a duplex or a single family home makes no difference. A duplex is 2 single family homes that happen to share a wall, and their driveway should be as attractive as everybody else's. They're not apartment buildings. They're just 2 single family homes stuck together. I think it should only be allowed in the, whatever the language is for apartment buildings. In a parking lot situation. Apartment buildings have parking lots. That's a different application. Otherwise, you're
So
gonna
let me-
drive down the street with
Let me rephrase
duplexes.
it.
I don't remember when we voted on that, separating the two. I thought it was just for all homes, whether they were duplexes or single family. I don't remember.
You're right,
saying
Art.
yes for for duplex and no for single family.
You're correct, Art. We didn't. But if we're gonna do that now, we could do it now, I suppose.
Yeah, we said for apartments.
I'm looking for the list here. Hold on one second. Well, I have them saved here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, regardless of what the conversation was before, we have an opportunity now to
Okay.
address it between first and second reading. So if
Okay.
there's consensus one way or the other, then we can include that into the ordinance. So we can either have it prohibited for single family and duplex or have it prohibited throughout.
I personally don't have a problem with it at the apartment buildings, but I would like to not see them at single family homes and duplexes.
I thought that's what we had said.
I believe that's what we had said last time.
Okay, so single family residences and duplexes are not allowed to have them.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, cool. And the only other thing I think I have here is, so Valerie, where you are going to put back in the reference to Miami-Dade County Code and are you, okay, but you're not putting in references to the Public Works Manual?
No, the entire language that was stricken through is going to be restored
Okay,
because it does have, because it specifies the size and the layout of the spaces,
yeah,
which is not provided in the village code, then those would be guided by the Miami-Dade County Code and the Public Works Manual.
okay. Because I looked, oh, I see, right there it is, it's 5.6.8 design standards. Because I looked at that, Valerie, after we spoke today, she sent the link and then I read through that, not every word of it, but I went through it enough to know what it was. And most of it is related to commercial properties and parking lots is really what it is. But it does reference the size of a parking space. So Valerie, is it better for us to reference it? I mean, unstrike what you struck? Or is it better if it's really about that part, if it's really about the parking size of the parking spaces, should we just lift that copy out? Here's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned if we make reference to it and someone tries to strictly adhere to it, people could be forced to put in bigger, wider driveways than they want based on the size of the car they have. Again, it feels like it might be restrictive to residents. So I don't know, Valerie, I guess I'm asking you for maybe some guidance on that.
If the village knows what it wants with specificity, then of course it's better to have that included in your code. Cross-reference to the Miami-Dade County Code, the county code can change, for example. So if there's,
Oh, didn't think of that. Yeah.
so, for example, I know the county code has spaces at 8.5 by 18 feet, for example. If the
Mhm,
village wants to
yeah.
dictate some other size or even specify that size within their code, they can. That is a policy decision. I would defer to your planning experts on that. Obviously, I'm not going to dictate what the size of the
Yeah.
spaces are, what's
I don't know.
appropriate.
Okay, commissioners, what do the rest of you think? You understand what she's saying? She's saying that if we unstrike this, we're referring to that code, and if that code changes, we'll be referring to the newest version of the code all the time. So we have to kind of be mindful of what's in that code, and it might be more restrictive than we want it to be in terms of how big parking spaces have to be. And that is determined. Remember, when we say you have to provide, we have that chart in our code that says, You know, if you have 3 bedrooms, oh, where is it? If you have 3 bedrooms, you have to have 2 spaces plus a visitor space. So you have to have a total of 3 spaces off street. Now we're going to say those 3 spaces have to be this size. And if we adhere to that size, the county, then we're really locking people in to a certain amount of space. Does that concern anybody? It's very specific. And again, it's related, when I read it, it's really related to commercial parking spaces. Anybody there?
I just don't see a reason to be that specific. I mean, there's standard sizes for parking spaces and.
Did you read them, Judy? Do you know what those standard sizes are that they have in their code that we're referring to?
There's state standards, there's county standards. there's
We're
also-
referring to the Miami-Dade County standards. That's what we're referring to. Did you read it?
Right now it has for the standard space to be 8.5.
Guess that
feet
was
by
a no.
By 18 feet.
Okay. So 8.5 by 18 feet is the size of a parking space. If we refer to that, then we're going to say a single family home that has 3 bedrooms has to have 2 parking spaces for family members and 1 for visitors. They have to have 3 of that size. Just so I'm not necessarily advocating one way or the other. I'm making sure you guys are clear on what's in the ordinance that we're reading. And it sounds like maybe you're not. So I just want to make sure you guys are clear if we unstrike that, what we're doing.
I just don't think that's enforceable.
Well, it is enforceable, Ginny. If it's in
Unless
there,
it's a
most
new
certainly is.
construction.
No, if someone wants to put in a driveway, look, Ginny, right now, if you said, I hate my driveway, I don't know what your material is, but let's say you hated it and you wanted to put in Chicago brick. If you went to P&Z and they follow what's in our code, they're going to dictate that to you. They're going to say, Ginny, based on the size of your house, you have to have this many parking spaces. And based on the fact that we reference Miami-Dade County Code, this is how big they have to be. So this is what you need to provide. I'm just making sure you're all clear that it is very specific.
But you said you have a lot of single people living in houses with 3 bedrooms. And if they don't have enough parking, I mean, they live by themselves. We have a lot of people like that.
I
happen
understand.
to have enough parking, but there are a lot of houses that have.
It's been in our code since the beginning.
Right.
It's
We already
already in our
discussed that, Ginny. That was one of the things that I tried to get removed from this, was dictating how much parking. So I'm just making sure you're clear that that chart that's in our code that says this is how much parking you have to provide is further dictated by the size of the parking spaces that we require, based on the fact that that language is there that says, and we use that code to determine it. That's all I'm saying to you guys. So Ginny, I agree with you. Dan and I are a 1-car family. We love being a 1-car family, and there's code that dictates how much parking we have to provide for our 1 car.
Right, because
But
you're
we-
3 bedrooms.
Because we're 3 bedrooms. And
Right,
now,
like me.
because, yeah, exactly. So what we're saying is we're requiring people to put in a certain amount. And this is kind of tied back to that other conversation, but I'm just pointing out to you guys that when we unstrike that, I just want to make sure you're clear what we are unstriking, what we're doing by unstriking that. I'm just asking your opinion. I want to make sure you understand what we're doing.
So although we're requiring a certain amount of parking spaces currently, right, per
Yeah.
our code,
Yes.
it's also determined also by the percentage of space that you have in the front yard as well, right?
It's
So
limited by that amount. Yeah.
It's limited, right?
It's
So
limited,
because
yeah.
I mean, if you have a very small front yard and we're asking people to put 3 parking spaces, that's just simply not going to happen. It just mathematically it won't work, right? So how are we telling people to put a certain amount of spaces without determining exactly what they have to work with from the get-go? Because then what's the point?
And Art, to add on top of that, it's not just how many now, because we understand what we're referencing in the Miami-Dade County Code, it's how big each of them is. So it's further amplifying that.
And what were you saying? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
I can't, if someone's talking, Art's the only person I'm hearing.
Sorry. I asked,
Dan Keys is
ask
talking.
Nancy.
He's going to the microphone, Matt.
Okay.
You know, I tested this code, okay, by doing a few calculations. We have 75-foot minimum lots frontages, and we have some 100-foot. We probably have some 150-foot frontages, and we have pretty much uniform 30-foot setbacks in front of houses, except on Griffin Boulevard where we have 50. Okay, if you multiply 75 by 30-foot setback, you get a certain square footage. If you take a known number for an 18 by 8.5-foot parking space, that's why you have to specify it, okay, somewhere. Okay, that's a certain square footage times 2, okay, for a 3-bedroom house. You know, maybe one more because you might have to have a visitor space.
No, you do. It's required.
Okay, and you find out that if you can get those into a 75 by 30-foot front yard and not exceed the 40% number.
Yeah, but you're talking about single, one-story homes. What about a house that has, 2 stories and 5 bedrooms and the same lot size?
Well, to a certain extent, if
Art brings up a good point
if
because
it's a 4-bedroom house, you have to have more space.
Yeah.
Right.
And
you still have the same lot coverage.
you have to have it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
part of the deal,
But where are you gonna put it?
Well,
and think about the duplexes that have they have shallow front yards.
Yes.
They have duplexes with shallow front yards, and if each of them is a 2-bedroom, they've got to have required parking as well. I mean, look at the chart. So again, I'm not necessarily advocating one way or the other, although I don't like that chart being in there because it forces people to possibly put in more parking that they need. Now, this is a separate issue that is amplified by the fact that it's a minimum size for these things.
we're not going to live forever, Commissioner Mack. You're going to sell your house someday to somebody else who might put 2 kids in each bedroom in that.
That's right.
2 or 3-bedroom house. Okay.
And that's their business. That's their problem to solve. It's
It's the community's problem because they're going to have cars anyway, and they're going to want to put them somewhere. Okay. And they're going to park on their next door neighbors right away if they don't have room on their own right.
But Dan, that's addressed by the 40% max and the 50% lot coverage. That is addressed. It's limited. They can't exceed that opportunity anyway. They can't exceed. They could say, look, we have a 15-car family, but they still can't go over 40% of the front yard and 50% maximum lot coverage. They are limited. They have ample opportunity, but there is a limitation. So the point of requiring someone to put in more than they need, when you're still giving people the opportunity to do it if they want to, as their choice.
Why can't we have it on new construction, or if you're doing repairs to your driveway or putting in a driveway, then do it?
Listen.
Well, that's what it is, Ginny. That's exactly what it is. These things only come into play when someone's putting in a driveway, whether they're doing it by choice or they're required to do it because they don't comply with our code. So, yeah, again, it goes back to the previous conversation about requiring a certain number of spaces. We do provide them ample opportunity and we do limit it anyway. So not to argue with Dan Keys, but to counter what Dan Keys just said, it's if somebody wants to put in more if Dan and I sell our house and we sell to a family with 4 teenagers and they all have cars, they're going to be limited by 40% of that front yard regardless. Unless they want to park and fill the pool in and put parking in the backyard. So, we do have limitations in place anyway, and that is 40% of the front and 50% maximum lot coverage.
There's a reason why virtually every municipality in the United States of America has a chart like that in their code. Because
I'm not certain that's the case,
there's a
Dan.
minimum number that spaces that's reasonable for a single family home with a certain number of bedrooms. It's just is.
Okay, well, look, we're not here. I'm sorry.
We looked at it when we did code review. We looked at it from a dozen different municipalities, and Dan Keys is right. It's in every one of them.
Okay, but okay,
Ed,
I would
are
like
d-
someone
Are
to,
you aware
okay,
of any that have no requirements for parking?
There's always minimum parking requirements
exactly.
first. So there would be a minimum parking number of spaces depending on the, sorry. Yes, there are minimum parking requirements in every municipality that we're aware of. But to add to that, if we're going to remove the reference to the Miami-Dade County Code for the size and layout, our recommendation would be that then you spell out what the size and layout will be within the village's code. It cannot
Exactly.
be left unspoken because
Right.
what does 2 parking spaces mean? You need the dimensions
Exactly.
in the code. So either we continue to refer to the county code, which historically apparently has worked. The planning board took no issue with it, so just maintaining it the way it has been, or specify it within the village's code separately.
But Valerie's absolutely right. And to add one thing to it, she brought up a very good point earlier. That is, if the county changed its code, ours would change along with it because we're simply referencing theirs. It would not be what it is today when we think it makes sense. It's whatever they turn it into later. So I don't know what their plans would be, but at any rate, so we have already kind of beat this horse to death before, and now we're doing it again. So what do you guys want to do? Unstrike the.
I want to stay with the county code.
I'd like to
Anybody
stay
else?
with the county.
Anybody else have a thought?
County code's fine.
I'm kind of like that vacillating here. So what do you, Art and Ginny, what do you think?
You're staying with the county code.
Yeah, I'm fine with the county
Yeah.
code as well.
Okay, then let's stay with it. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were very clear what it is we're agreeing to there, because you know, you got to read these things and make sure you understand what we're referencing. Okay. And then and that is everything that I wanted to bring up. So thanks for, we caught a couple of really important things there that we're going to fix now, and we'll look at it at second reading and off we go.
Okay, can we make an amendment to the motion on that to,
It was my motion. I don't know how exactly I would amend that, Valerie. Should I repeat it all back to you?
No, that's not necessary. I've taken.
I think she's got it.
Okay.
to incorporate those changes between
Okay.
first and second reading.
Okay,
I think a motion to approve as amended would be sufficient. We know, we have enough direction to be able to do that.
gotcha. Do I need to amend my motion?
right?
No,
And
Oh,
you-
okay,
and I'll
Judy.
put the amendments in.
As amended.
okay. Because this requires a voice vote, right? It's an ordinance.
This is,
You have a roll
it's
call?
a
or-
roll call.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Roll
Yeah.
call. Roseanne?
Mayor Harp,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hammerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes, thank you guys very much for listening to me on that.
Commissioner Samaria. Motion passed 5-0.
And the good news is because the sound quality is excellent, we can always refer back to the tape.
There you go.
Okay, resolution 2021-53, Calvin Giordano and Associates. I think we've kept him waiting long enough, Mario.
Mayor, if I may, thank you very much. This is essentially a contract extension for all intents and purposes. However, there was some confusion between the village and Calvin Giordano. We have multiple projects going on at the same time, and they were under the impression that the extension is contingent on the permit fee schedule, which is a little bit later in the agenda. Prior to the end of August, I advised them that no, that's not the case, and that we needed this to move forward. Due to COVID, maternity leave, all that, we didn't really get anything back until mid-September. By then, the contract had expired. So what this is, and going back with our legal team, is a restating of the contract, essentially extending their contract. There's no additional time outside of what was originally called for in the contract. There's no increases or decreases or anything like that within the contract. It is extending for an additional year. We already have, I put a little calendar for July to make sure that we have this done for next year. I do apologize. At the end of the day, that's whether there was miscommunication or not, it's on me. So I do apologize to the commission and to the residents that we got to this point and not bringing this to you in the August commission meeting.
Okay, 2021-53. Ed, would you like to read that resolution, please?
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving an agreement between the Village of Biscayne Park and Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. for the provision of building plan review and inspection services and municipal planning department services, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Make a motion to accept.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you say you'd make a motion? Do we
Yes.
have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Samaria. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, no, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. I'm not opposing. We have to have a conversation. This is a contract, guys. You don't just say 1, 2, vote done. No, no. Second, someone make a motion, someone second it. We have a conversation, then we take a vote.
Do you have something to say, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a couple of things to say. So does anyone else have anything to say? I always feel like I'm going, I don't like going first because you all say I talk too much, but maybe it's a good thing I do sometimes. Anyone else have anything they
Go
want to say
ahead,
first?
Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay. So this is, first of all, just so everyone's clear, this is the second year in a row we've done this where we've not renewed the contract on time. So this last year we did the same thing. And Roxana Ross caught it last year and got it renewed for us. So thank God we're at least catching these things, and all the more reason why we need a calendar to remind us of when contracts expire and when we have deadlines, because this is embarrassing when this happens. So, so here's what I'm understanding here, just so everyone's really clear. We now work with a 60-40 split with Calvin Giordano, correct, Mario?
I believe
Presently,
it's 60-40.
60-40. Okay.
65-35? Okay, I'm sorry, the clerk is correcting me. It's 65-35.
Because at the last meeting when we discussed this, we were told 60-40. So which is it?
I was under the impression it was 60-40, but we can clarify that.
Regardless, we're talking about changing the split. Okay, that kind of is a little annoying, I have to say, because I'm told it's 60-40. I expect that it's 60-40. But whether it's 60-40 or 65-35, we now are looking at a contract that is saying we're going to either change it to 75-25 without the increases, without changes, or we're going to change it to 70-30 with the fee increases that we're going to discuss separately here later in this meeting. So we have these two items that are completely related to one another, and we're voting on a contract change that changes the amount of revenue that comes into this village significantly. That is the sole funding for almost the sole funding for our building department. So while we certainly need to have this conversation, it's a very odd thing that we're going to discuss a contract and change our split. I hope all the other commissioners understand what that split means. I trust that you've gone to Mario and you've gotten some education on what it really means, okay? So it's how we make our money.
Commissioner, and if I may interject, thank you for bringing it up. I did fail to mention. So we would continue with the current split until the commission decides one way or another as to the permit fee schedule. So that would not change until the conversation has. We are going to have the discussion and we are asking direction. If we're going to keep all the permit fees the same, we really don't need to continue the conversation beyond tonight. If there's anything else that changes, then we can bring that back next month for a resolution, but we do need a direction towards one direction or the other. But that would not change until that conversation has. So we would continue the split as is. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's not what it says.
Not correct.
No.
There are two ways that prices, they're going to change irrespective of what happens. If the commission increases the permit fee schedule, then it's 70-30. If it doesn't approve an increase to the permit fee schedule, it's 75-25.
Correct, and that the current split does not change until the commission makes that decision, sir.
No, this is retroactive to September 1st.
Exactly.
The commission has not made the decision yet. And so which direction would we go with if the commission has not voted one way or the other?
If the commission does not approve an increase, it still goes to 75/25 under
That's
this
right.
contract.
Correct. The commission has not taken a vote whether to not do it or to do it. They're having that discussion. And so the existing fees would stay until that decision is made one way or the other.
If
No,
they
it's not
approve
what it
this
says.
agreement, even if they do not move forward with an increase in the permit fees, it changes the split to 75/25, even if they do not change the permit fee, retroactive to October 1st,
September 1st,
December 1st, I'm sorry.
September 1st. It goes back to the beginning of September, a month.
Yeah, that's not the agreement that we had come with Calvin Giordano. So, if we need to bring this back a little later month and do it, then we can do that. But that's, the understanding is the split stays until the commission decides one way or another, are we changing it or not? If we change it, then it's a 70-30. If we don't, it's a 75-25.
Okay, but my whole point is, Mario, that's not what this says that we're about to vote on. Am I correct, Ed and Valerie? Am I misreading something? I was very clear on what I read.
We've already said, Commissioner, that once you approve this, it's either 75-25 or 70-30.
Okay.
Without
So-
any action, any further.
Commission, I ask that we withdraw the item and we'll bring it back next month.
Okay, so we're gonna try this again next month. And with all due respect to my fellow commissioners, you were about to vote on a contract that changed our split significantly, and not one of you questioned it.
So,
You really need
I
to
think most of
behave
us
yourself.
discussed it at great length.
Well, you
already.
apparently didn't understand it because we're about to vote on it without any discussion. You were ready to vote like that on an item that changed our fees.
you don't
That
even know
changed
what
our
our
split.
vote is, please.
It was simple, 70-30, and if we don't change the permit fees, it's 75-25.
So this item is off the agenda now. We're gonna do it again.
Are we tabling this resolution?
That's my request, ma'am.
Okay, resolution 2021-53 is tabled till next month. 12E has been brought first by Commissioner Samaria.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Purpose of this discussion is to propose that the commission create a binding policy to address the method of communications with the village attorney. New policy will funnel all legal requests from commissioners to the village manager. As the operation manager of the village, operation manager for our community, for our charter, the manager already has weekly communications with the attorney, and this policy would reduce potential duplicate or other billing expenses. As we know, it is not the role of commissioners to be involved in the operations of our staff and contractors. Purpose of the commission is to represent the public's interest, to functions as one body, not 5 individuals, each seeking their own agendas. By not having a policy to address this reality, taxpayers' monies have been misused. And it has stated before, one commissioner having a majority access to the attorney does not benefit the commission as a whole. I reviewed the attorney bills for the period of January 20th to January 2021 to August 2021. This does not include October to December of 2020. And there are a number of commission calls to the village for that period of time. The mayor had 2, vice mayor had 2, Commissioner Gonzalez had 2, Commissioner Samaria had 2, and Commissioner Kennedy had 97. Out of the 105 phone conversations, we have had one commissioner have 97 calls. The attorney invoices should include detailed information that clearly identifies key information that ensures transparency, therefore allowing the public and elected officially to clearly identify how village resources are being allocated. To provide this much needed transparency, the attorney invoices should include a minimum the following information for each matter worked on by the village attorney: the date, the attorney or legal team member who worked on the matter, description of the work performed to clarify, clearly identify subject matter, and all the parties participating in the matter, i.e. village administration, employees, commissioners, and/or residents. Time spent on the matter, i.e. billable hours. This information, which is typically found in attorney's invoice, will allow the village to provide better oversight. For example, commissioners meet with the manager weekly, as I do on a regular basis. Questions that I have is city manager, does commissioners meet with you on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. I communicate with all commission and mayor on the dais on a weekly basis.
Okay, Madam Attorneys, does the commissioners meet with you on a regular basis?
We don't have any scheduled meetings with the commission.
Okay. I think that if there's questions that the attorney has, I mean, that the commissioners have with the manager, do you go back to the manager and get the answers from the attorney to get clarification on when a commissioner asks you questions or concerns that they have?
I do have a standing meeting with the attorneys on a weekly basis. Any questions that I may have or need to follow up that I was asked by any of the commission, I will direct that. There's a more urgent matter that needs immediate attention that day, then I will regularly communicate with the attorneys. Sometimes there's been weeks that we communicate every day throughout the week.
Okay. As we have had abuses of privilege resulting in needless billing to the taxpayer, this policy creation would address this issue for the commission and for the commission that follows. I call that this be discussed and put to a vote, that we set up a policy. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a comment. I know, Dan, that what you're talking about has been abused in the past, right? But what is the main concern here? It's the financial impact that it would have on the village. Is that what your main concern is?
Yes, because if we didn't, okay, we have a flat, to me, the commissioners should be going to the city manager. The city manager, as I pointed out, not all commissioners have met a lot. They have met with the city manager and they have had their questions answered. At least I hope every single 4 commissioners had their concerns and they had it answered so that it didn't have to go to the attorney. So it looks like the city manager can answer the questions for us. And if he can't get the questions, he will approach the attorney and do that. I just think having a commissioner that has 97 calls that probably could have been answered by the city manager. Maybe the commissioner didn't like the city manager's answers and decided to call it. I don't know. I'm pointing out that out of 105 calls, 96 of them are made to the city manager, to the city attorney. What happens if we wasn't on a flat rate?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to understand what the argument is. So, and I agree. I mean, I don't go to the attorneys very rarely. I've had maybe 1 or 2 conversations with them. I go to the city manager all the time. I ask him if he doesn't know the answer, which most of the time he does know, then he'll tell me, listen, let me get the attorneys. But that's me. I know that's how I operate. I go through that channel. So currently, we have the attorneys here, right? So let's ask them the question. How does Ed, Valerie, feel free to jump in. How does the having this many phone calls impact the way that you currently see the village as far as, time-wise, your time, and how would that impact the future when we start talking about, increases or different kind of agreements?
I've been doing this for over 20 years, and we pride ourselves in our firm in being responsive to our clients. And each one of you is a part of our client, so that anytime any of you have any issues that you want to discuss with us, we want to be available to discuss those. There's no financial detriment to 97 calls versus 2 calls. We have a flat fee that we've agreed to. We continue to agree to that, irrespective of the amount of time that we have to spend in general business of the village. So, we've had this conversation before. We don't think that that policy is a good one. Frankly, because I know my friend, Mr. Diaz, is overworked as it is. And, if we can take some of the load off of him, we certainly want to do that. It's just, for us, it's really not an issue because, as I said before, we pride ourselves on being responsive, and we want to make sure that any legal questions that deal with the business of the village are taken care of.
Just one more question.
Here's the concern that I have. Like I said, the purpose of this commission is to represent the public function as one body, not 5 individuals. We have gotten the questions answered by the city manager on all the commissioners, except for 1 commissioner. All their answers have been concerned. If not, then 4 commissioners are not doing their job and 1 commissioner is doing his job. I just think that it's not about 1 commissioner. It's about the whole commission. And we need to set policy that we should be going through the city manager first. It has already been proven that it works. Going to the city manager, he can get the answers that we need from the attorney.
And if we don't like it, then we can go to the attorney. But I think in all fairness, the problem, we're all a little bit gun shy because prior administrations had where the mayor and the attorney worked 100% together, not with the other commissioners. We had in another prior one where one of the commissioners was a friend of the attorney. And so everything that went on was discussed between these 2. And I think some of us are a little bit camera shy on this because we've had such an abusive relationship with attorneys, not you, Ed, but we watched it. A lot of us watched it. Where it was such an abusive.
I want to make it perfectly clear. By no means have I putting this attorney, this law firm in this process, but we are going to have new law, possibly, hopefully you're going to be around a long time. We're going to have new law firms in the future and new commission in the future that can go back to the old policies. 2 out of 3 of having problems is bad for me. And that's transparency, and we don't seem to have it.
Can I ask one more, just the last question from me anyway? Y'all do some other municipalities, right? Compared to other municipalities, obviously we're much smaller than they are, but how common is this in other municipalities?
How common is what exactly?
How common is that the amount of calls from one particular commissioner or?
It varies, and sometimes we have commissioners who have a particular interest that we spend a lot more time with. They have an ordinance that they want drafted or something like that. So it's really on a case-by-case basis, but none of our other municipalities have a policy that requires the members of the commission to go through the manager. And again, I just don't recommend it.
Is there any other discussion on this?
I do, but I'll defer to the rest of you first. I'd like to kind of go last on this one. Judy, you're a co-sponsor of this, and this is the second
Just
time
gonna
you
say
put it
that.
on the agenda. So I'm gonna guess you want to pile on here, go for it, and then I'll respond to everybody at the same time.
Well, I just think that I know we have a flat rate. The flat rate went up. I worry that you can't hear me? All right. I worry that the flat
I hear
rate
you
is
fine.
going to continue going up. And, I think we all need to control ourselves. And I think we talked about this before. This is not the first time I've brought this topic up, and I get a text from you every single time. But it's still, I think it's out of control. And I've seen this in this village where our lawyers' fees have been outrageous going back into the 1990s with Pat Bennett. So I think somebody needs to show a little control.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, you're presenting this, Judy and Dan, you're presenting this as a financial concern. We pay a flat rate. You just heard Ed say that it's not a concern for them, that it's not impacting them. So this is a nothing burger again. So Judy, when you brought it up last year, I didn't quote attack you. What you said the first time you brought it up was that something unethical was going on, that I was using our attorneys for my personal use. So the first time it wasn't, you'd only been a commissioner for, I think at that point, literally 30 minutes. So it wasn't, Mac, you talked to the attorneys too much. It was, Mac, you did something unethical with the attorneys, and Ed had to explain to you that that wasn't the case and that he wouldn't allow that to happen, because if he allowed me to do something unethical with him, he would have by essence done something unethical at the same time. So they're not going to do that. So just to be clear for all the folks out there listening, I did not attack you last time you brought it up. You brought up something entirely different, and you got shot down by the attorney. And then you really embarrassed yourself when I said, why didn't you call the attorney and ask him this yourself? And your answer was, you remember, Judy, what your answer was when I said, why didn't you call the attorney and ask him this question in private? I remember your answer. Your answer was, I don't have his phone number. That's on the signature of every email that he sends to you, to all of us, as Art had to remind you at the time. Art said, yeah, Judy, it's on the signature of his emails. So because you didn't have the attorney's phone number, you didn't ask the one question that would have saved you from some embarrassment at your first commission meeting. So I didn't attack you.
Commissioner, not to interrupt you, but I still remember your conversation that you announced it, thanking Mr. Heron when he was leaving, because he spent 3 hours with you telling you how to become a commissioner because you were new.
I
So
have
that
no
was
idea what you're
3
talking
hours,
about.
and you said that.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Ginny, but I would love to receive the email that you send to Roseanne that she forwards to me referencing that conversation. I look forward to it. Don't say stuff that you can't prove. So show me, and then we'll have that conversation again. You can bring it up at the next meeting. Okay, let me finish now. This is my time to respond. You all went round robin, and now it's my turn. So Ed said there is no financial detriment to the number of calls that he received. And I just want to, before I continue, want to say what an enormous waste of time this is in a meeting where we have all kinds of really important, hard-hitting things for this community. And we're going to have this inane conversation one more time. So, Dan, I made notes when you talked. You said one commissioner has the majority of access to the attorney. That is factually incorrect, Dan. All commissioners have equal access to the attorney. Some commissioners may take more advantage of that access. Some commissioners may be just more engaged altogether in the business of running this village. But do not say that someone has the majority of access to him because you have equal access to. These phone calls that you want to rattle off, do they all appear on the bills? Dan,
Yes,
that's
they
a
do.
question for you. Okay. Did we get billed for all of them and pay for them?
Yes, we do.
Actually
And it
not,
says
Dan.
flat
The
rate
answer,
on it.
yeah, exactly, because it's a flat rate. So we did not get billed for those calls. We did not pay for some set fee for those calls. We get
was
paid
the-
a flat rate. Okay, let me talk. So are you more concerned with the quantity of communications with the attorney or the quality and substance of communications with the attorneys? Because you really don't know what I talk to them about.
For you to
And-
say that you're
and
the
I'm-
only commissioner that cares about this village, that's
didn't
why you
say
have
that.
so many calls. Yes, you did. You just said that a couple of minutes ago.
Rewind the tape
Everybody
and listen
has
to it again.
access to this, but I use my judgment. I use my judgment to get the answers that I need from the attorney. I get it from the city manager. That is good judgment. I
Okay,
don't
so
need to go
you're-
to the attorney
okay.
on every question.
Dan, is Mario free? Does he volunteer his time to this community? We pay Mario Diaz a flat rate for his services to this community too. We pay him a flat rate in form of a salary. So if you
That's
go to
his job,
Mario,
but that's his job.
and
His
it's
job
Ed and
is for us to
Valerie's
go to
job
him.
too. It's their job too. And they're hired by this commission. They work at the pleasure of the commission. I think you don't quite understand the relationship. Let me move on.
Yeah, move on.
So I would love to hear you as concerned with the quality and substance of things. So I did a little research of my own. Since you want to throw some numbers out there, here's some interesting numbers for you. Since you want to compare us and the phone calls that we make. There are lots of ways that you can measure a commissioner's engagement in their job and productivity. And one of them is certainly the number of communications they have with the attorneys. Other measures might include communications with staff, with residents, actually replying to residents when they contact you, and also certainly the number of ideas that we each bring to this commission. The amount we contribute to the meetings, as we just saw with the driveway conversation, not one of you had a question about that ordinance or had any input on that. And I brought up a list of things, most of which you agreed to, and Valerie will be changing for second reading. I did that. That's the level of engagement I bring to my job. And I'm happy to do it. It's kind of how I roll. It's how I roll in my personal life, my real job, this commission. I'm highly engaged. It also shows in how we prepare for the meetings, who has something to discuss and who does not. Not to mention the amount of behind the scenes work that each of us may do to help staff. Dan, just as a reminder, you requested that the first workshop for the budget be canceled. We got to the workshop and Dan, you requested that we cancel that workshop because I had done my work and presented, and I had a spreadsheet put together that I had attached to the agenda. And because you didn't have one, because you hadn't done your job, you said, look what Mac did. I want to be able to do this too. Let's postpone this and come back and do it again. It's just how I roll, Dan. I show up prepared, maybe sometimes over prepared, but there's not anything that I haven't read and prepared for every single one of these meetings. So many of those measures are painfully obvious to everyone watching these meetings. But here's an interesting statistic I want to share with you. 2021 year to date. We're on October 5th, year to date. In alphabetical order by commissioner first name, here are the new ideas contributed for this village by each commissioner. Remember, there are 5 of us, so each of us represents 20% of
It
the
has
full
nothing
commission.
to do with the billing. We're
Dan,
talking about
stop
billing here.
talking over me.
No.
I'm
Well, you
talking about.
Stop saying
I'm
false
talk-
information.
I listen.
on
I
issue,
did not
please.
say
Stay on
one
issue.
thing. I am talking. Both of you listen. You want to talk about communications, and I'm talking that it's one measure of engagement, and you're not going to like these numbers, Dan. So sit back and listen. Year to date, Art has brought 2 new ideas to this commission. That is 9% of the total ideas brought to this commission year to date.
Okay, stay, please.
I'm
Commissioner
not done.
Kennedy, would you
Ginny,
please stay on
Ginny, you're
point?
really not going to like the next one. Dan, you have brought 2, also 9%. Ginny, you have brought 0 items to this commission. 0% of the things going on in this commission came
Excuse
from
me,
our mayor.
Commissioner. Okay.
Judy,
okay.
you brought 1. That's 4%.
We will continue
and-
with the
and
next item.
I'm still talking.
This item is
You may not
finished.
shut me down, Ginny. And I brought 18 of the 23 items that we have moved through this commission. 78% of the new business of
Commissioner
this commission
Kennedy, that
came
is
from me.
sufficient.
So that I'm getting to my point here.
Move
My
on.
point is that when you are
We
engaged
have
at
your
the level
point.
that
We
I
have
am,
your point. We're
you
moving
can't
on.
have my point. When you are
12A,
engaged at the level that
discussion,
I am,
permit
Ginny,
fee
Ginny,
schedule.
when you're engaged at the level that I am, as opposed to your 0% or Dan's 9% or Judy's 4%, you don't have as many
Excuse
questions
me.
because you're not doing the work.
Commissioner Kennedy,
I
we
wanna
are
finish this
moving
item.
on.
So what about
That
Dan's item? This is
Discussion
Dan's
can be
item.
tabled for another time.
So we're going to table it for another day. I think Dan ought to make a motion here and let this roll. So
Madam
Dan,
Mayor,
Dan,
I
do your
want-
thing.
Madam Mayor,
Do your
I made
thing.
a motion. The second, let's have the vote on whether or not we're going to set up a policy. If it gets voted down, it gets voted down, but this item's not being moved.
You didn't make a motion, Dan.
You didn't make a motion
I'm
yet.
Dan, you're
making a
incorrect.
motion.
Again, you
Okay.
aren't even understanding
Excuse
how the
me,
meetings
Commissioner
work.
Kennedy, let me
Make a
finish.
motion
I'll
and
make
we'll
a
talk
motion
about it.
for you right now. I make a motion that this commission set up policies on how commissioners are to deal with the attorneys.
Is there a
Somebody
second?
second it for discussion.
Is there a second to the motion? No second.
Oh, I am so disappointed. You
item,
didn't, Judy, how could you
permit
not second
fee
Dan's item?
schedule.
I wanted to, I'm
Commissioner
assuming that
Kennedy-
you guys actually had something to present
Commissioner
to us.
Kennedy, it's
I'm assuming
over.
that Dan or Judy would actually say, okay, now that we all agreed we would have a plan, they would
Commissioner
present a
Kennedy,
plan. I
would you
wanted to see a
please move
PowerPoint,
on?
a
We're not
spreadsheet.
allowed to
I wanted
agree
to
on
see
anything
nothing.
before a meeting, so that was not agreed upon.
Who
The
said it?
discussion
No one said
was-
that.
The discussion was your overuse of the attorneys, and it's been said, and that's what the discussion is.
And the discussion turned into my productivity as a commissioner, Judy. You might want
That's
to
got
up your
nothing to
game.
do with,
It
that's
has
got nothing
everything
to
to
do
do
with
with it.
what the discussion was.
So that was a big fail. There you
Yeah.
go. Good job
Okay.
wasting about 45 minutes of a
Mario,
meeting,
the
guys.
next item is the permit fee schedule. The Village of Biscayne Park fee schedule. Would you like to speak on that?
Sure, Madam Mayor. We are bringing this item back. The commission asked staff and our building official who's joining us tonight to put together what would the revenue and the expenses look like for year to date and for last year. In the backup memo, I provided that chart. There was an error just above where it says the chart below shows the revenue and the cost split scenarios based on fiscal year 2020-2021. That should read 2019 and 2020 and year-to-date figures as of July 30th, 2021. Again, you have the various revenue splits. I do apologize to Commissioner Kennedy. For some reason, I was under the impression 60-40 as well. The contract was a 65-35, and that is how it's being billed. So you'll see that the current, as Paul mentioned earlier tonight, the year to date, obviously this is July, the current year to date based on our latest budget discussions was higher than that. But I think for the purpose of the discussion, this will satisfy the question that the commission has. Also, with regards to, well, Shelley, can you talk a little bit with regards to the fee schedule comparison and your recommendation? And I'll be sharing on the screen. If you give me 1 second, that way we can all take a look.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. So in looking at the fee comparison, I will begin by saying that unfortunately, and I did hear it brought up in the comments regarding Miami Shores and El Portal. Unfortunately, it was a challenge with both of those cities because their fee schedules are not on their websites like as per statute, and which they're not as easy to find. So what I did was I had to I put in a call to both cities with their building officials. I am actually currently waiting on a response, but so as not to delay your request in coming to the commission with a spreadsheet, I gave Mario basically what I found immediately. And because I just didn't want to hold it up. But as you
I'm sorry to interrupt, Shelley. I also wanted to point out in relation to this breakdown, one key thing, the law last year changed in which cities are no longer allowed to require a contract to verify project cost. They got to go with basically what somebody tells them. And so many of the fees that you will see still from the other cities show based on project cost. And so they haven't updated their records. One of the key issues that Shelley's looking at while we're doing this update is, okay, well, let's start addressing that. And so you'll see where there's, I think it's on page 2, and I'm showing that right now. There's a lot of things that are basically based on square footage or amperage and things like that for a project that there is no comparison. And she's doing that based on the recommendations with the new change in the law. I'm sorry to interrupt, Shelley. You can go ahead.
No, and that is correct. And these discussions are happening because of the new law. These discussions are happening with the building officials within, well, actually across the state, but as a part of the building officials in Miami-Dade County, we are having these discussions collectively as to how to address the law. So, and basically, in looking at that, and with the raw material, if you will, with Biscayne Park, this is a great juncture for us to address the way that the fees are assessed. But as you can see, we're really not that far off in terms of being aligned with other cities. And again, I offer to bring back, like I said, I'm going to reach out again because I did not get my responses in time. So I'll reach out again to both the building official for Miami Shores as well as the building official for El Portal to basically find out or have them send me their fee schedules. But I'll be honest with you, in my professional opinion, I do believe that the current fees are low, as you know. You can see that in various of the cities here, and then also I have a pretty good feeling that it's also going to be reflected in those two cities. So again, with the change in the statute, not allowing us to provide contract cost, and the fact that we now should to accommodate that, go to a square foot cost or a per cost, what I call a per cost, whether it's per amperage, per system. That is something that I still stand behind. And again, I have absolutely no problem bringing back to you El Portal and Miami Shores as I reach out again to both of their building officials. Any questions?
I have one big issue, and that's the portable storage container. Seeing the costs for a permit for a portable storage container triple from 50 to 150, I think is unnecessary. It's not listed under anybody else's, but I just don't see that needs to triple. I think we need to look at that one again.
Okay. And you'll see a lot just as a point, you'll see that a lot of the fees don't have a comparison. And that's mainly because Biscayne Park is, and I mentioned it the last time, primarily residential. So especially in your disciplines of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, specifically electrical. And I didn't want to change the types of permits to reflect what most everyone else is doing, because again, their permits are based on a residential commercial mix. So in looking at that and wanting to, of course, not change much of anything, the only thing I did was in especially under electrical, I just bumped it up just a little because there really is no comparison. Because honestly, and I'll be honest with you, I've been all across the state in terms of dealing with different building departments. And this is actually the first time I've seen a fee schedule like this, especially with the electrical discipline. So I'm unfortunately, I'm unsure how or why, when they created this, they did it this way. But again, I did not want to enact, a significant way or change the permit types. So I will definitely look at the portable storage because, like you said, Vice Mayor, there's no one else charges for portable storage containers. And I will definitely, take that under advisement.
So I don't have any questions for Shelley, but I have some things I want to say on this topic. Are we opening it up to kind of a general conversation, or what is it that we're trying to accomplish here, Ginny and Mario? Are we trying to get this moved through to us voting on these things and going through this list, or what is the end game here tonight? Is anyone hearing me? I'm not hearing anybody.
Actually, they're on mute.
Oh, you're all muted, I guess.
I'm not sure how that happened. I
There you go.
apologize.
There you go. Okay, so my question, did you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we did.
okay,
So
okay.
we need direction. If the commission wants to bring back a resolution for approving these permit changes, or not. I don't think asking to change one or two of these or reducing some of these amounts would be catastrophic, especially for a portable storage container per se. But we definitely need direction one way or the other as to how this is going to come back in front of the commission.
Okay. So is your intent, Mario, to bring this back to us with the resolution that we tabled, to bring them back together again and we address them at the same meeting? So you want some direction from us now?
I need direction now.
I understand. Okay.
As to what we're bringing back, or the direction can simply be, Mario, we're not changing the permit fees and the conversation's over.
Okay, got it. Okay. So now that I understand what it is you're looking for, let me say a couple of things. So I think it was Judy who just said we might look at other municipalities, or I know Shelley responded to that, and I'd be happy to look at Miami Shores and El Portal as well if you have them. But here's sort of overall what I think about this. Yes, it needs to be looked at, and we're likely going to change some things and increase some fees to our residents. And I understand that needs to happen to some degree. We need to figure out what exactly we need to change and to what degree, right? And I want to say that no one wants any vendor to not make a profit from our business, so they're not going to want to be a vendor of ours anymore. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm trying to not have Calvin Giordano make money off of our account. Of course they're going to. They're a for-profit business. But we just proudly decreased our millage rate. We could have doubled that, but we didn't. But just to remind everybody that the dollar amount is so insignificant, and one permit can wipe that out, especially with some of the fees that we're looking at here. So while we feel really good that we just did that for residents, they go pull a permit for something and that's gone. So we philosophically, we're placing a burden on residents who are actually improving their properties. So I have a philosophical conundrum there. The other things I want to say, I'm less concerned with what other cities are doing because they're not Biscayne Park. And I'm not saying that like I think we're so fabulous, I do, but they're a different animal altogether. First of all, most of them have lots of commercial work being done that we don't have. But they have these sizable nuts to cover. Because as I understand it, by law, our building department cannot profit. So we're not allowed to make money off of our building department. Our obligation, and someone, attorney or Mario, step in and correct me if I'm not stating this properly, but our obligation is to come up with a contract with the vendor and a fee schedule that calculates to enough money for us to run the building department of this village without making a profit. Now, last year, as it turned out, and that's a tricky thing to do, right? But last year, as it turned out, we did, quote, make a profit off of the building department, which Mario dumped into the budget. And I should have this wording pulled up here. I did my homework before, but whatever the wording is, he dumped it back into the building department this year, and he's spending it on some improvements that will help us streamline that department and make it better for residents and all that good stuff. So what we need to try to accomplish is, what's the split? What are the fees? What actual hard numbers do they come to that's going to cover our nut in the building department without making a profit? So, and I said these same things at the last meeting, and when I asked for something, and I thought I was going to be seeing it here, and I didn't really quite see what I wanted to see. And so let me restate it. What I wanted to see is a report, because we just finished up a fiscal year. We did September 30th was the end of fiscal 2021. So we know what happened in fiscal 2021. And Mario, as an attachment to this item, put some kind of general recaps on there, how much we brought in permit fees, and he showed us how they break down at different splits. So we now know that 65-35 is the actual one that we're living by, and then we saw how that would change. But what we didn't see, and this is the missing piece, we need to see that compared to what these proposed fees would do. So we know in fiscal 2021 that we just ended, we did all of these permits by type, and this is how we charge for them, and here's what it turned into in terms of revenue, and here's how it's split between Calvin Giordano and the village. We know that now. Those are hard numbers. They're not percentages anymore, and they're not permit fees that don't mean anything to us. $4 per outlet, 25 cents per amp, or whatever these things are. But what we can do now is look at these proposed figures that Shelley put together for us and see how they compare and what kind of revenue at those splits it would actually drive into this village. And is it sufficient to fund our building department? Is it overcompensating for the building department? Are we going to be under? I just feel like it's this very arbitrary thing. We're looking at a fee schedule. We're looking at proposed splits. We know what we just did last meeting. Shelley was very nice and she had an open conversation with us. And one of the things I asked her was, Shelley, do you see a trend in improvements and renovations and new construction, the trend that we saw this year, which went up a lot? Do you see that continuing? And she said, yeah, she seemed pretty confident in that. So it's not going to all of a sudden bottom out this year. So given all of that information, then we could make an informed decision. I mean, it's work, but then it's just hard numbers. I want to make sure that we're bringing in enough to cover the department without overburdening our residents to do it, because we're not allowed to profit from this. So I still don't feel, Mario and Shelley, that we're looking at the information that we need to look at, that it all still feels very arbitrary to me. And we could be looking at a situation a year from now where we say, oh, we really screwed that up and we didn't charge enough, or very likely more. We're going to look at a situation where we go, wow, we overdid it again. We have all this extra money. What are we going to do with it? I don't want to overburden residents who are trying to fix up their properties to our mutual advantage. It also possibly drives up building taxable values and increases taxes for them, and it increases revenue in another way for us. So I just don't feel like we still have all the information that we need to have this conversation, and that's what I would like to see.
Yes, it's something that the commissioner did ask, and I apologize, as I neglected to put that together. I do have a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, so if you just give me a couple minutes, I can put that together because it's just a function of multiplication of what the amounts are with estimated numbers of permits that we have for that.
All right, can you hear me? You hear me? There's a lot of things on this list that it seems that we're currently not charging for and we're going to start charging for, or we're at least proposing to start charging for, correct? That would be everything in red that doesn't have a current value. Is that correct?
So if you look at the,
I'm
Let me
not
just
seeing the
share.
screen.
I'm looking at it on the agenda. Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was up a minute
second,
ago and
I
now I
will
thought you were looking at it
reshare
on the screen.
No, I'm looking at the agenda. So, like here it says installation of swimming pools, spas, and hot tubs. It doesn't have a value, but then it says $200 proposed. So I don't understand. We're currently not charging for that.
okay, so if you look here on the screen, we have the residential pool and spa combination. Each residential pool 160 or 120. The proposal is to go to 175 or 150.
Everything in red that doesn't currently have a value is what I'm talking about. Like here. See here, it says single family duplex, new construction. blah, blah,
Correct,
blah.
in that area, correct. In the description, right, in the description, if the verbiage is red, then it does not exist currently in our permitting.
So you're telling me that here where it says installation of swimming pools, spas, and hot tubs, that there is no value, and now there's a $200 proposed, we're currently not charging for that? That's under,
What's
building
Art
permits and
referencing?
building permits and building. And single family and duplex, new construction additions and alterations. So here's my concern, and I agree with Mac that, we need more data. But if there's I see a lot of red here that we currently, seems to me that we're not charging and we're proposing to start charging. And there's a lot. It's not just 2 or 3 or 4. There's a lot of red here. So how are we going to determine that value if we haven't done it before? I mean, are we gonna?
If I may respond to that.
Yes,
So,
please.
okay, so what's in red is, you're right, that's what we don't currently charge. And I'll use your installation of swimming pools, spas, and hot tubs. So currently, you are only charging for the plumbing, and I want to say the electrical for swimming pools, spas, and hot tubs. Well, there's a structural component to that requires plan review and inspections that we're currently, basically when the building inspector goes out there, it's not being compensated. So again, there were several residential type inspections or permits that other entities are charging, other municipalities are charging, that Biscayne Park isn't charging. And these inspections or these permits still require manpower behind them. And so that's why they were added, because again, I noticed that there were several, and that's why you see the red of, especially when it comes to single family and duplex. So again, the building inspector, the building plan reviewer, the building inspector, for structure to review and to review and inspect all of the building discipline. We're currently not charging for those, but you still have to pay the inspector and the plan reviewer, which are 2 different people.
So that means we're subsidizing it through the village.
Exactly.
We're subsidizing people's building if we're paying the inspectors and they're not.
So, correct. And in essence, it's just a matter of recouping that money that you're actually expending at this point.
So to what Judy just said, because I was thinking the same thing. Your company is charging the village for that work. We're just not okay. But I see, for example, demolition of building. Are you charging us for that? Because we do charge for a demo permit. And it says here that we don't. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, well, I did not.
It was on the page that we just scrolled down. It was back up swimming pool.
Under the building.
Yeah, right there. We do charge for demolition. We do charge for a demolition permit.
It was under, well, okay, so what I did, I literally only copied the exact, the current Biscayne Park into this spreadsheet. I literally verbatim, and that's why if you see in that first column actually has all of the existing permit fees.
So some of these things, back to what Art said, some of these things you're proposing to build differently. So some of them are things that we're not currently being charged for, that we're not currently charging residents for, but some is also just charging people differently for them. Yeah,
that is correct. So,
okay.
and as you will
just
see,
to make sure we're clear on that.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
And as you will see, you will have where if you look at the comparison, a lot of people are charging by square foot, or I mean, not square foot, but
square foot
construction cost.
Yeah.
Well, that goes away. Well, not goes away, but it just makes it more challenging when you have someone who may have what would actually would be a $30,000 job telling you that it's $10,000. And so what I'm proposing is now going to a square foot cost or a per cost that will be a little bit more true, because the one thing you're not going to do when you put an addition, I can calculate how much square foot addition you're going to add to your house. And so it's just, again, it's really being ahead of the curve to accommodate for the state statute.
Yeah, and that and those two things in a perfect world, Shelley, would be directly proportional to each other, square footage and cost of job, if everyone kind of charged the same amount, and industries kind of generally do, but people have to be reporting it accurately, and you're saying they don't necessarily. So I do understand how you're charging for it can make more sense than relying on the dollar amount. But Art's right, there are so many things on here that we're not charging for presently. You're charging us, but we're not charging residents for presently. But we just finished up, back to what I said earlier, we just finished a fiscal year where we came out in the black to the tune of like, well, I think it says $143,000 in the building department, but Mario, you're telling us it's actually more than that now. So we ended up with so much more money than we anticipated.
Well, okay, so and if I may, I want to make one little correction in that statement. We are showing you what we do is when we send an invoice, we actually provide the actual amount of hours spent, but you're still only paying 65%. It doesn't matter how many hours that are spent.
I understand.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So right now, this and if you will, if you allow me to be totally frank, this contract is actually, we've been paying for it since we started because the fees are so low, because unfortunately the cost of it's across the industry, the cost of labor for licensed inspectors and plans examiners as well as building officials have gone up tremendously in terms of the salaries that have to be paid to remain competitive. So because all of that has occurred, again, there's typically for CGA a net loss on every month.
On our account or on all of your accounts?
There's some, this one in particular, yes, has been, because on the other account, on the majority of the other accounts, we charge an hourly rate. And so they're only, and I'll give you a prime example, where we are actually the building department, in terms of clerks, everything,
Mhm.
Pembroke Pines is one. That's where there's a split. They have a revenue split. But I would venture to tell you that at least 95 to 98% of the contracts are on an hourly rate.
So
And
because of the nature of our village and our contract, you've not been making money off of us. But when you agreed to this at the beginning, you must have been. You wouldn't have agreed to a contract that you didn't make any money on. But now you're not.
well, actually, no, I'll be honest with you, I've looked at the historical data, and really there's never been anybody primarily made on this particular contract. Now, I was not here when it was when they got into the contract. I was not a part of that. However, but I have seen all of the historical data in terms of invoicing, and there's really never been a net profit for this particular contract. But again, CGA is about service. And because we're not making a profit, we're still trying to still give you the level of service that you deserve or that your residents deserve.
Understood.
And that's really been our goal.
Understood. Are you required as an industry to do pro bono work? That was
No.
a joke. Okay, so I think attorneys have to take on some free stuff every once in a while when a judge asks them to or something. Okay, so as I said earlier, no one wants to deny your company the ability to make some money. You're in the business to make money, but we need to get to the point where we understand how the numbers are impacting us. You understand that we have to look out for our residents, and we need to figure out what this is. And I'm just going to go back to my initial point from last time and again, I still don't feel like we have the information to do this, because we need to find that sweet spot, and we don't know what that sweet spot looks like without that information.
If I may, can I add something to that, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah.
Would it help if we actually provide you our actual cost? And then, because that really will be the telltale sign, is that if we tell you, okay, in the past 6 months, this is how much we've expended, this is how much we've under the current
charge,
this is current charge, this is how much we've been paid. And then with what you're requesting from Mario, the projected with the adjusted fees, then we can take those same numbers
look
and
at it
say,
all lined up.
okay, right. And then that will, I think, give you a better idea as to really if it makes sense or not.
Well, first of all, you asked me, and I can't answer that on behalf of the commission. I'm only one of 5, and I'm not even certain if it's a question for us or for Mario. But if you're willing to kind of like, pull back the curtain and let us see what's going on back there, like the Wizard of Oz, and we have that, and we also have the projections, then I feel like we'd be looking at something and we could come to something that makes sense, that's fair, because we want it to work for us and we want it to work for you, so that you're happy and this all continues moving forward.
Can I ask a question real quick? So am I to understand, just to be clear, because I'm a little confused here. If we don't change the fees, they're asking for an additional 10%, correct?
Correct.
Exactly.
And if
The
we agree
25%
to-
increase.
I'm sorry?
It's a 25% increase.
What do you mean?
No.
10%.
Well, from
It's
60
65 to 75, right?
No, from 60. Oh, well, okay. Well, before it was 60, but now it's 65. But from 65 to 75, that 10% increase is 10 on 65. So what's 10 divided by 65? It's not a 10% increase. It's whatever 10 divided by 65 is. But yeah, it's an increase. So I'll tell you right now what it is. It's 10 divided by 65. It's a 15.4% increase is what it is on top of what we're doing, on top of compared to what we're doing now. So that
So if-
10% change is a 15.4% increase in what they're receiving in their
So
split.
If we don't,
Just to
if
be
we
clear.
do agree to this, right, then it goes to 60%. No, what does it go to?
70.
70%.
70.
What is that? What is that? 7 point something?
From 65 to 15 divided by 65. That is, no, that's 23%. It goes from 65 to, I'm sorry, we're 65 now?
70.
65 to 70. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's 5. 5 divided by 65. That's 7.7%. Yeah.
Okay.
But so I think you and I are kind of heading in the same direction here, that if we had that data, if Shelley also wants to kind of reveal the numbers behind the scenes, and we can see that they're basically their cost for the service, right? If she shows us that compared to what we're doing now and what these two scenarios look like without the increase at the new split and with the increase with the new different split, then we can see where we end up there.
Yeah, and I
Without
think
that, we're just
also-
kind of flying blind.
So if commissioners, you allow, based on the July 30th year to date,
Mhm.
the building department received total revenue of about $210,000. When you take a look at what that would be with the two different splits, 70% and 30 and 75 and 25, you'll go, and I'm sharing the screen so it's a little easier to follow. The current is 136 at the 65. That will jump at the 70% from 136 to 147, and at the 75 from 136 to 157. And the village
To the
portion-
vendor, to them, not to us.
Correct. And
Yeah.
and the village portion will go from 73 at the 35% down to 63 at the 30% and down to 52 at the 25%.
But Mario, is that using the current rates or the proposed rates?
That
That's
is
what's not
using
in there.
the
Yeah.
existing revenue created in 2021.
Exactly,
So
but
that
that's
is
at the
based off
existing permit
rates.
fees. The existing rates. That's what I'm saying. That's not the full picture. Because that's not the rates will be charged at 70/30 or 75/20. Well, it's what we would be charged at, which one? 75/25, but not at 70/30. If we increase the rates to what Shelley's suggesting or to whatever we would agree to, the split changes, but the split is based on new rates.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. I would only just further point out that the split is on the total revenue, not on individual permit. And so the total revenue, regardless of what that increase may or may not be, you're not going to have the same number of permits going out year over year.
Understood.
Right? So you might have
Fair enough.
more of pools
Roofs.
because more people want to do that. And then the next year it's just, hey, we're redoing some electrical, and you might have more of that. So that's going to fluctuate. I think the easiest way is to look at what the overall trend is for total revenue received, as opposed to trying to calculate individual permit of
Agreed.
what has been.
Agreed, with the caveat that, because we don't have a crystal ball. I mean, we know we're going to get more driveways here soon probably, but we don't have a crystal ball. But what we do know is the percentage increase over all of the new proposed rates, so we can dump that in and extrapolate numbers based on that. So is there a perfect way to do it? No. But what we do have right now are hard actual numbers for a fiscal year that we just finished. So we have a full fiscal actual at the current rates and the current split. So we can extrapolate at the proposed rates and the new proposed split and the new split without, I mean, the new split without a rate increase, that's easy, it's there. But it's the proposed split with the proposed rates. That's what we're not seeing. That's all I'm saying is we're not seeing a full picture here of of how this will turn into dollars and cents.
So I think that really our only concern is that, we cover our costs, right? We cover our
Exactly.
expenses, because at the end of the day, we can't make a profit from that department.
Correct.
And we obviously want to work with a cushion just in case, because just like you were saying, we don't know if, how many permits we're going to get, and we don't know what the building, we have to have some kind of a cushion. I have a big concern right now, the way this looks with all this new stuff that we're adding to this, and how we're going to determine that kind of revenue that's going to generate. I work with rev shares all the time, so I'm very familiar with how revenue shares work. I've never run a location of mine in the negative, so I don't know why this company has decided to be so charitable and run this place losing money. Right now, this looks very messy to me, and I need way more data to be able to make an educated decision. I don't really need to see, I mean, for me, I don't need to see their P&L. I do P&Ls all the time, so I know how that works. So I just want to know from our perspective, what kind of revenue we're looking at generating with the current fees, with the additional fees, and how we're going to determine that. And then, obviously we know what our costs are. So we need to.
Right. Again, even as I mentioned during the budget process, especially in the building department, more so than any other aspect, it's theoretical for the most part. And so it really just depends on how much work comes into the village. We're anticipating, okay, based on last year, we make a conservative guess, an educated guess, but it's still a guess nonetheless. Increasing the bills for the permit fees. I don't see where all of a sudden this goes from, for example, hey, if we generated $100 based on permit fees, all of a sudden the new permit fees is going to all of a sudden generate, $1,000. None of what's being proposed would significantly alter that. There is an increase, yes, absolutely, but it would not significantly alter something like that. We can try to do the best we can. Please understand that the software and the way that things are coded in that software is not the easiest way to be able to extrapolate exactly. A lot of these areas they use, even though this is within the schedule, for example, demo, like you mentioned, there's a miscellaneous category within BSNA. So they'll put in the notes that it's a demo, but it's this standard miscellaneous permit so that they can calculate whatever that permit fee is. So it becomes very, very difficult to kind of look at that. And that's one of the biggest things that I'm trying to change within the department. So we're going to be asking staff to look through 500 essential permits to be able to identify and try to categorize with each of these line items. I think that the purpose that Shelley's trying to show is to start breaking these out into their individual, and then this would be the recommendation as to what those costs are. But we can definitely go through those exercises and bring you the best available data that we have. But again, my strongest recommendation is that you're going into overall revenue and expenses with regards to that split, looking at the individual. I think, yes, hey, let's take a look. If there's something where we're going 3 times as high, like Vice Mayor Hammelberg mentioned, hey, this container, I think, going from 50 to 500 is way too much. Then, I would say, yeah, let's have that conversation. But the majority of these, we're from looking at fixtures and ampage and horsepowers, you're talking going from $8 to $10, $10 to $12. There are some others that are much higher. You have the temporary construction, 100 to 130, for example. And I think there was a couple other instances, and I'm sure one of my commissioners can show, hey, there's these 3 that are going to go up. If you do the statistical analysis, it might be 100, 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, whatever that might be. Hey, then let's point that out. But if you're looking at overall, we're talking about several pages, 7 pages worth of line items here. Is that, do we want to go line item by line item to look at some of these where there really is not that big of a difference? It's how the commission wants to address it. And we can totally go through that process if you all. I'm just looking at overall when it comes down to it, and when we get into the revenue split. I think for commission purposes, I think it's easier to talk to revenue split when you're just looking at total revenues and the trends that the village has had, as opposed to the individual line items.
I agree with all of that, Mario, and I certainly don't want to dump a huge thing on you that you can't. I mean, it's just kind of crazy that you can't pull this stuff out in an organized way, but I understand that's a limitation of our system. we also have to remember that there's an aggregate, so some of these things is like, oh, it's $1 here, it's a couple dollars here, but when you're doing electrical work, it can be a whole bunch of stuff all added up at one time that can really add up. So it's $2 per outlet difference and $1 for this, but by the time you do an addition to your house, the electrical and I did not go through it and slice and dice like that, but the sum total could be significant, even though the pieces of it are not, is my point. So where are we going to leave this for tonight? Because I'm just going to say, I'm really not comfortable having the conversation without that little more information. And if Shelley wants to provide some more, but I feel like we're not seeing what the proposed is going to be. Whoops, sorry about that. And so I don't know where you guys want to go with this.
Here's where I would feel more comfortable with this. Is three things. Number one, if we leave the fees as they are, what kind of revenue are we looking at potentially, right? If we raise the current fees only to the proposed, what's the general revenue there? And then the last one is, if we add everything that is in red, right, plus the proposed, what would be the potential revenue there? So there would be three categories. The one that we currently have, raising the ones that we currently have, and then the last column, which is adding everything.
That makes sense, Art. That makes sense, except that Shelley's saying there's some things that we're being charged for that we're not charging for at all right now. That's
confusing as well.
Exactly.
I don't know what that
unless Shelley showed us for those what the cost is. I mean, if you added a column in here and showed us the cost, I mean, that would help. And we might get bogged down in that. So I don't know.
I think based on during the budget cycle, the proposed revenue generated for the building department for fiscal year 22, based on our conservative calculations, is approximately $310,000.
Right.
As is. If not.
Correct, because that was based off of
what we currently have.
Of what we have, correct.
So now we just need the two other ones, which is if we add the proposed to what we currently have, and then if we add everything, which plus the red. So we see it's going to be 300, maybe 500, maybe 600. I don't know, because I have no way of determining that.
I mean, when putting the budget together, I mean, so there's a large, out of the 310, there's a large portion that's the carryover surplus that we're using to help pay for code, admin, salaries as well. So that's being carried over, and that's how we're using, which is allowable by law. So that's perfectly fine. So
excuse me, Mario. Excuse me. Isn't the cost of computerizing this whole department also part of our expenses for?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So if you're looking at the overall revenue and you remove the carryover or that surplus that we're carrying over from 1 year, you're looking at a revenue of 147,000. Again, those are just, you put numbers in there in the budget saying, okay, $10,000 for building, $12,000 for plumbing, $7,500 for mechanical. You're taking a guess because it's all based on how many permits actually come in. You don't necessarily use last year's numbers because last year's numbers are not going to be accurate for revenue generated this year. So you want to try to find within the budgeting process a way for, okay, this is going to cover, the split will be the split no matter what, no matter how much work comes in or doesn't come in. So that's immaterial. You're looking at how much could we generate where any expenses that we have within the building can be covered. And so you can start backing it up that way, knowing that the general fund will always supplement the building if the building is short. So in other words, whether we make $1 or we make $1 million, whatever the agreed revenue split is, is what that contractor will receive. So they can receive 60 cents or they can receive 600,000. It just depends on how much work actually comes in. So when looking at how much revenue are we going to generate next year, doesn't matter what the permit cost is for each individual permit, because again, for building, it's very theoretical because we don't know how many people are actually going to apply for the permit.
Right. Understood. So what are we doing here tonight? How are we wrapping this up and what are the next steps?
The direction that I have, that I understand the direction is to go back, try to recalculate and provide the commission some additional data so that you all can come back for a vote. So in next month, I believe I'll be bringing back a resolution for the recommendation in which the commission can then amend if they have individual line items that they'd like to change, or they can not pass, and that will give the direction as to which way we go. I don't think we can drag this on for the next 6 months. I think we need a resolution.
No, clearly we can't do, clearly we can't do that. Shelley, are we good with service from your company because we didn't get this done tonight?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You're not going to disappear on us.
No,
Okay.
no, we're still all in.
Okay.
And you know, again, for us, it's about customer service.
Okay.
And of course, not leaving you high and dry.
Okay, we appreciate that too. And I like what I heard Art say as well with some, if those are the numbers are included in this, I think that will help also. Okay, I'm happy with that if you guys are. Yeah, okay. Somebody do something?
That's.
Someone say something?
Okay, we finished on that discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next item is 12B, American Rescue Plan Act funded projects. Mario?
Thank you very much, Mayor. As we've had this conversation quite a bit, but I wanted to bring a little bit more formality to it. Luckily, the U.S. Treasury pushed back the initial report that we needed to submit, which was a list of projects by October 31st. They've pushed that back into April. However, I think it's, for me, I think it's very simple when we look at the needs of the village and what we can use these funds for. So in the background, I provided information for everybody. Biscayne Park, through the American Rescue Plan, has received funds of $1.5 million. Our first initial installment was received in September of 21 for $767,000. The next installment will be approximately 12 months after that. And so we must obligate all of those funds by December 31st, 2024, which means we have a contract and everything's accounted for. And we need to finalize all the spending by December 31st, 2026. There are four, as I've mentioned before, there are four general categorized uses for those funds: support of public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by the pandemic, replace loss of public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and finally, investment in water, sewer, stormwater, and or broadband infrastructure. Now, I took a look, and realistically, we were not hit as hard as other communities, mainly because we're residential only. So the majority of people who continue to pay their mortgages were paying their property taxes, which ad valorem accounts for over 70% of our revenue. So we were not hit as hard. Our only hits were really from state revenue and county revenue dollars that are shared. Now, I'm proposing that we use all of the funds towards infrastructure, investing in infrastructure, particularly stormwater management. And so we would need to do design for that. We do have a list of over 20 projects that would account for more than $25 million worth of work. So we need to break it up in smaller segments. So we would need to do an initial design project to be able to bring plans and bid documents and so forth, as well as have construction engineering inspection services. I'm estimating that to be between 50 and 150,000. We're using the CATT project that we've recently done, and we're putting together the big package as somewhat of that baseline estimate, but also adding construction engineering inspection services to this, which could balloon that up to over $100,000. Obviously, I put that range a little bit in there because the plans, we might get plans or a bidder that's more expensive than what we had with Calvin Giordano during this time through their contracted services. This would have to go out for an RFP, as all of our procurement does not meet the federal guidelines for procurement. So this would have to be an individual procurement. We cannot use existing contracts for this. Proposing an estimated $1.2 million for the actual construction of their storm drainage. And then I'm splitting up 100,000 for the various type of reporting. One is the fund management, a company that will come through and do the necessary quarterly and annual reports that are needed, and status updates for the projects that are needed by the and required by the U.S. Treasury, and then having a single year audits as well that is going to be required for these funds. Now, our internal auditors have single year audits as part of their agreement with us, and it's about $5,000 or so to be able to perform those services. Unfortunately, the procurement that was used by the village does not meet the federal guidelines. So we're going to have to procure that as well. But I'm using that baseline as the cost estimate. So I'm putting between 25 to 50 just to be safe. I know our financial consultants also were willing and ready to step in to be able to do all the reporting for us. But again, procurement did not meet federal guidelines. So again, I'm just estimating the same 25 to 50,000 for those two. So that's initially the breakdown that I've provided for the 1.5. When doing the stormwater, we also impact the road. So we're repaving a lot of these roads. Some of the other cities, and I've put an example of what other cities, I sent it out to all 36 communities, and the city management list that I have, email list that I have, very few responded. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 actually responded. The majority are using it on some type of infrastructure, right? Either their water, their stormwater, sewer replacement, and a couple will use it on either recovering loss of revenue, which is allowed, and also either technology improvement like Bay Harbor is doing. I think Miami Springs is doing some parks and rec projects and golf course renovations. I'm not quite sure how some of that falls into it, unless they're moving the money as a loss into the general fund to recover, which is allowed. But those are a list of some of the projects that some of the other cities are doing. We don't have the infrastructure to be able to do, I think North Miami, if I heard correctly, I think they're giving out Publix gift cards and things like that, which is similar to what other cities have done with the CARES funds through the county. That requires a lot of reporting to make sure that people actually have the need. We just don't have the infrastructure to be able to do that, receive the applications needed, verify it, track it, be able to, it's not our biggest need in this city that's going to positively impact, in my opinion, positively impact property values is going to be to better manage the flooding issues that we have. So my recommendation to the commission is to throw as much as we can from the 1.5 into the stormwater projects.
We should be able to take care of all the drains on that, right?
No. All the
No.
drains will be more than $25 million. But
Well,
we're able to do as much, if not a little bit more than what we're able to do with CITT, with the CITT funds that we currently have. So we're looking at probably,
We can
I
double
think it
the
was
amount
about
of work we
six or
anticipated
seven
getting done.
projects.
Okay, we don't have anything to do on this or
No, I think I'd like to get some general consensus as to, is the commission in line with my recommendation? Is there a different type of projects that you all would like to further explore, so that I can start putting whatever necessary reports together, or do whatever research needs to be able to come back?
Can I go first on this one?
I think anything we can do with the drains, do as much as possible with that money.
Okay, I have a couple of questions and comments about this. So I'm all in. But before I do that, it's 10:52. I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:15 or whatever time to complete this item, and that will have to be the end of our meeting.
I don't think so. We can take a vote on that. Does anybody want to do an extension?
I think we should finish this one.
That's what I said is 11:15 or until this item is done,
11:15, I'm fine with 11.
or until this item is
Sorry?
done.
I'm fine with 11:15, so we
Oh
can
my
finish
God.
this topic.
Finish this item.
Going to finish this?
Yeah, yes, so extend it to 10 minutes?
11:15 or until it's done. Let's finish it. All I'm saying. I'm just going to go. Okay, so Mara, I have a couple of questions for you. Can any part of this money be allocated inside the village to departments and staff and current vendors for the work that they will for on their work related to these funds? For example, Public Works will have involvement in getting the drains done, and certainly you will, and the clerk, and I could give 1,000 other examples of stuff. Can any of that money be allocated within our budget to account for that time spent by staff, much the same way you do with other things internally?
You would have to go through a formula. For the most part, you would get that refunded, not refunded, but you would do that through a calculation of loss prevention, and be able to do that. If not, you would have to put that as a project, and exactly how that's refunded for staff time, I'm not sure. Realistically, the only person that would fall in there would more than likely just be me and Albert being the civil engineer, because everything would be done by contractors. You would just be
Okay,
reviewing what the plans would be.
Understood. I assumed it would be, on my list, I had you, the clerk, police would have some involvement in closing roads, Public Works. Okay. So we're gonna get drains for this. Is there, just to reiterate, is there any matching fund required in any way on this money?
No.
Okay, awesome. If we spend more than the first payment, are we allowed to continue spending money out of our own reserve and then reimburse ourselves for that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I don't quite understand.
We're getting the money in two payments. If we were to burn through the first payment and we were continuing to move work forward and paid for it out of our general fund, could we then use that money from the second payment to reimburse ourselves?
I don't think that we would burn through $700,000 within the first year.
With the plans
Simply,
and getting some drains done? No? Okay.
the initial plans themselves, it took just for the initial 5 for the CITT portion, it took them, I think they started in May and they finished in September. So by the time construction starts, we'll be already hitting that second payment from the
Fair
U.S.
enough.
Treasury.
This money is also spent for other things related to COVID, and we don't have any of those expenses right now, but we're not done with COVID yet. So I said this last time, and I think it's worth repeating, that I think we need to we have until the end of 2024 to obligate the money, and then 2 years after that to actually spend it. So I think it would really behoove us to start the planning of all of this and the plans and all that good stuff, but just kind of watch what's going on. We all hope we're coming out of this, but God forbid there's a Gamma variant that comes and we find ourselves in a bad place, we may need to use this money to make up for lost revenue or whatever. So I would just really want us to be conservative about them, prepare to move forward full speed ahead, but just kind of be mindful that if something goes sideways on us here, we might need the money. Mario, at the end of this, looking towards the end, and we have unspent funds, what happens with that money? Do we have to return it to them? Can we pave a road? Could
No.
we do the gift certificate thing,
Road.
or would that have to be obligated before the end of 2024?
Road paving is not an allowable use.
Okay.
We are doing it because it's part of the storm drain, which
Oh, I
is an
see.
allowable
Okay.
use.
Got it. Okay.
However, if any, it has to be obligated by 2024.
By December
And so
31st,
we can't create a
2024.
new project after that time frame.
Okay.
If
So we
at
need to be-
2026,
Yeah.
we haven't used the money, then that money goes back to the US Treasury.
Okay, so the first one we need to really be looking at carefully is the end of 2024 to make sure we've obligated the money. 'Cause
We
after
need to
that point,
provide, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I just want to clarify, we need to provide the US Treasury with a list of projects by April of 2022.
okay, so even after that, you can't change anything?
I would have to double check with what the US
Okay.
Treasury rulings and guidelines would be for that.
We just need to be very mindful of these things that would.
Right, the obligation, what they mean by in 2024 is essentially you need to have a contract in place to
Got it.
expend that money.
Okay, so by the end of 2024, there has to be contract signed to spend all the money, or that we will already at that point know what we can't spend, that would have to go back.
Correct.
And anything else that we didn't spend would also have to go back. But we need to know that first deadline as well of how firm that list really is once we turn it in, because if that's a hard deadline and nothing can wiggle after that, that's really important for us as well. Okay, that's the only thing, Mario, is that I ask us to be kind of just sort of careful, just in case something goes sideways. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I'm good with it in theory.
No, if the general consensus is to continue on under this path, then I can keep moving forward and start putting the report together, so that we can fill out and make sure we're all on time and start putting the various my first and one thing that I want to be able to do is show, because we need to move forward with a lot of different contracts, not only for ARP, and so in talking with all of you, some of you have asked, hey, how is this going to look? And so I am trying to put together for November at least some kind of chart so that you can see my overall like implementation plan essentially. And some of this will start going into the various contracts that we need to start putting for ARP, like the single audit. I think that's the number one thing we need to put out there, and the other tracking. So
Yep.
I'll bring that back to the commission so that you all can look at it.
I think we all agree on that.
And
Do we?
experience dealing with Department of Treasury is their rules are the rules. That's it.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
Make a motion, we adjourn?
Well, we have to run through some other business before we can wrap up a meeting like that.
They what?
You can't just adjourn the meeting. There's some other business you have to attend to before you can wrap up the meeting. Put
No,
things on
there's
the
no other,
agenda.
Motion to adjourn is always.
That'll go till next month. Second on the adjournment?
Well, aren't there any
All in favor,
announcements or
say aye.
anything? There's no announcements that Roseanne needs to
All
make?
opposed,
or-
say no. Have a very pleasant evening, everybody.
Thanks for wasting so much time, Dan and Judy. We didn't get to the good stuff to listen to your inanities again. Nicely done.